This is from our distinguished colleague, Senator Jide Igbisagba. Letter of appreciation. I'm writing to you, sir, on behalf of the good people of Ondo North Senatorial District, in particular Ondo State in general, for standing with us during our time of grief, and also the honor by some of my distinguished colleagues in their numbers who attended the funeral ceremony of the departed leader and former governor. Thank you for your support and kindness in this very difficult time in our lives. I'm indeed very grateful. It is my fervent prayer that Almighty God shall continue to grant you divine health, stable mind, and long life in the service of our great nation. Yours sincerely, Senator Jide Igbisagba. Distinguished Senator, once again, accept the condolences of the 10th Senate, and may God Almighty continue to strengthen the good people of Ondo State. Amen. This is from distinguished Senator Benson Friday Kobowe, PhD, OON. Invitation to the burial ceremonies for my late mother. I write to invite my distinguished colleague to the ceremonies for the burial of my late mother, Madam Bettina Friday Benson, nee Daniel Towe. The ceremonies are scheduled to hold on Friday, the first day of March 2024, at my hometown in Korokoro in southern Ijaw local government area of Bayelsa State. Through these ceremonies, I want to honor her memory for the remarkable role she played in raising and supporting me and my siblings, for her contributions to the well-being of our society. Throughout her life, she demonstrated an unusual love for people and a striking strength of character. She served both God and man in the best way that she could. I therefore wish to invite all my distinguished colleagues, the leadership, and the entire members of the 10th Senate to these ceremonies. Please accept the assurances of my highest regards. Signed, Senator Benson Friday Kobowe. May the soul of your late mother rest in perfect peace. Distinguished colleagues, I wish to felicitate with the following distinguished senators who celebrated their birthdays over the weekend. Distinguished Senator Ndubweze Patrick Chiguba, born 24th day of February. Distinguished Senator Jimo Ibrahim Folorunsho, born 24th day of February. On behalf of all of us, we say happy birthday to them. May Almighty God grant each one of them many more years of prosperity, good health, sound mind, as they strive to save our fatherland. Correspondence from Mr. President. Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, President of the Senate, National Assembly. Distinguished Senate President, removal of the Chief Executive / Vice Chairman of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, pursuant to Section 8, subsection 1B and 2 of the FCCPC Act 2018. I write to inform you of the removal from office of the Chief Executive / Executive Vice Chairman, CE/EVC, of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, due to his inability to effectively perform the duties of his office. In line with the administration's drive to strengthen the mechanisms aimed at protecting the rights of Nigerian consumers and provide a strong basis for enhanced contributions to the nation's economy by key growth-enabling institutions, it has become pertinent to restructure and reposition critical agencies of the federal government for efficiency and effectiveness. Consequently, I wish to request the approval of the Senate for the removal of Babatunde Irukera, the CE/EVC, in line with Section 8, subsection B and 2 of the FCCPC Act 2018. While I hope that the Senate will consider this request expeditiously, please accept, distinguished Senate President and distinguished senators, the assurances of my highest regards. Yours sincerely. This is signed by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This will be handled by Committee of the Whole. Correspondence from Mr. President. Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, Senate President, National Assembly. Distinguished Senate President, confirmation of appointment of members of the Board of Directors for Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCON. In accordance with the provisions of Section 10, subsection 1 of the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCON, Establishment Act 2019 as amended, I am pleased to present for confirmation by the Senate the appointments of the underlisted 4 persons as members of the Board of Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCON. Benga Alade, Managing Director. Aminu Isamil, Executive Director. Adeshola Lamidi, Executive Director. Lucky Adage, Executive Director. While hoping that the Senate will consider and confirm the nominees in expeditious manner, please accept, distinguished Senate President and distinguished senators, the assurances of my highest consideration. Yours sincerely, signed, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The request of Mr. President is hereby referred to the Committee on Banking, Insurance, and other financial institutions. 1 week to report back to the Senate within 1 week. Leader of the Senate.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Senator Tambua, approach the chair. Leader of the Senate.
President, can I go ahead?
Point of order. Huh? Order what?
Order 41 of the rules of the Senate, Mr. President.
Please read.
Matter of urgent public importance. Mr. President, my colleagues, Order 41 says the matter for discussion shall, if possible, be referred to the President of the Senate before commencement of the day's sitting, and the President of the Senate shall refuse to allow the claim unless he is satisfied that the matter is definite and urgent. If the claim is allowed by the President of the Senate and the leave of the Senate is given by at least 1/5 of all the senators, the matter shall stand over till the next legislative day. Mr. President, Mr. President, should I go ahead? No, I want it for tomorrow. I want it for tomorrow. What do you
Tell it to go on today.
No.
If you come with 4151.
No, but I wanted it.
Yeah, distinguished colleagues, the distinguished Senator Nwoko had actually approached me that he has an urgent matter. And did you give the summary of the matter?
No, I haven't, Mr. President, but I could do so if so permitted.
Read 41-2.
I have already, Mr. President, but I'll do so again. It says, if the claim is allowed by the President of the Senate and the leave of the Senate is given by at least 1/5 of all the senators, the matter shall stand over till the next legislative day. So can I
summarize the issue, then just as you've seen, we can take it on the next legislative date.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, in November last year, my senior legislative aide, Barrister Chris Agidi, was kidnapped in Galadimawa area of Abuja. Since then, as you know, the issue has been mentioned severally. However, about just 2 days ago, through the combined efforts of the police, the culprits, the kidnappers, were apprehended, and they admitted to the kidnapping and killing of my SLA, along with many others. Indeed, they also took...
Distinguished Senator, please sit down. Distinguished colleagues, Senator Medwoko brought this issue before me and that he would like to raise it as a matter of urgent national importance. But like Rule 41 says, subsection 2, if the Senate so approves, we now move it to the next legislative date. Is it the view of the Senate that it be allowed to bring this in line with section 41(2) on the next legislative date? Those who are in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished Senator, so you bring it as a formal motion tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, Leader of the Senate.
Point of order, Mr. Point of order, Mr. President.
Point of order, Senator Danduse.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Speak to the mic.
Okay. By the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, a senator may make a personal explanation, although there be no question before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forward, not may debate arise from the explanation. The terms of the proposed statement shall be submitted in details to the President of the Senate when his leave to make it is sought. Mr. President, and my respected colleagues, this is very urgent and very important by the leave of the House, Senate.
Distinguished, sit down. Distinguished colleagues, Order 42 says by the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the Senate President, a senator may make a personal explanation, although there may be no question before the Senate. But no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor debate arise. Is it the view of the Senate that Senator Danduse be allowed to make his personal explanation? Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. You can go ahead, but remember, no controversial matter and no debate may arise from it. Proceed.
Senator Danduse Muntar Mohammed, representing Katsina South. Mr. President, note that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, provides that the security and welfare of the people shall be primary purpose of government. Further note that, considering the current rise in security challenges in Katsina South, senatorial district of Katsina State, and indeed across the Federation, it is up to state that the security agencies need to intensify effort to secure the lives and properties of the good people of the local governments to enable them go about their legitimate businesses. Aware that these bandits now conduct their criminal operations using motorbikes and fully armed, shooting on their way and killing whoever is unfortunate to come on their way. Observe that the bandits in recent times have kidnapped over 200 innocent persons, many of whom are still in captivity, and have killed over 100 persons in various villages. Now, no sparing properties either. The bandits also killed 3 military men on Thursday, a captain and 2 other ranks. They ambushed them in their camp in the night at Machika in Sabwa local government. Earlier in the month, 63 wedding guests, including the bride, were kidnapped in Sabwa local government. On the 19th February 2024, 45 persons were kidnapped, 8 persons were killed, 13 persons were hospitalized, while shops and vehicles were burned in Nasara town of Paskari local government. On the 21st February 2024, 16 persons were kidnapped, 2 people were killed, and 1 person hospitalized, while shop was burned in Muhai. Similarly, in the same month of February 2024, the bandit killed Sanusi Hassan, the commander of the Katsina Community Watch Corps in Ankara local government. Furthermore, the bandit attacked Tuge Ward, Danjanku Ward, Dangani Ward, and Musawa Ward in Musa local government area. The bandit cut away undisclosed number of livestock, farms product, and other valuables, millions of naira. Between the period of 4th September to 2023 to 31st January 2024, 58 persons were killed and 16 people were kidnapped. Undisclosed number of houses, shops, livestock, and other valuable assets burnt, and many people displaced in Tungam Mashai ward. In Maigora, Machika, Sabwa local government. Further observes that it has been harvest of the kidnapping, killing, and maiming from Mataz Musa and the rest of the local governments. Regret that these unfortunate incidents are happening intermittently, despite the presence of security agencies. Disturb that if urgent steps to tackle the security challenges are not taken, the peace-loving people of this community will not be able to undertake farming activities. Concludes that this development, if not checked, may eventually result in the proliferation of small arms among inhabitants for self-defense. Accordingly resolved, my prayer is observe a 1-minute silence in honor of the affected victims. Urge the defense headquarters, the number of personnel should be deployed in that area, and also inspect
this one is
Distinguished colleagues, Senator Danduse has come in under Order 42, personal explanation, and he has elucidated topical issues. Even though there is no debate, I want to appeal that we proceed to observe a minute silence in honor of the victims, and then also direct the clerk to follow up with the agencies that he mentioned to assist them with relief materials. Is that the view of the Senate? So let us observe a minute silence. May the souls of the victims killed by bandits in Katsina State and other places rest in perfect peace. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the first business of the day is the presentation of a House bill standing in my name on the Federal College of Horticulture Okigwe Establishment Bill 2024 HB 173. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Federal College of Horticulture Okigwe Establishment Bill 2024, SB 173, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Federal College of Horticulture Okigwe Establishment Bill 2024, HB 173, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation of a House bill standing in my name on the Chartered Institute of Economists Act Amendment Bill 2024 HB 224. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate .
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Chartered Institute of Economists Act Amendment Bill 2024, SB 224, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Chartered Institute of Economists Act Amendment Bill 2024, HB 224, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, the third business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Kalu Orji Uzo on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2024 SB 328. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2024, SB 328, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2024, SB 328, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Etim Basi Anekan on the Nigeria Agricultural Preservation Council Establishment Bill 2024, SB 340. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Nigeria Agricultural Preservation Council Establishment Bill 2024, SB 340, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Nigeria Agricultural Preservation Council Establishment Bill 2024, SB 340, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, the fifth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Daniel Olugbenga Justus on the Media Practitioners Registration Council of Nigeria Bill 2024, SB 349. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Media Practitioners Registration Council of Nigeria Bill 2024, SB 349, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Media Practitioners Registration Council of Nigeria Bill 2024, SB 349, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Anti-Corruption and Financial Crimes on the screening of Ms. Hafsat Abubakar Bakari for appointment as the Director of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU. Distinguished senators will recall that the request of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief was referred to the committee on Wednesday, 21st February 2024. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Emmanuel Udende Memga, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the presentation and consideration of the report.
Distinguished Senator Udende.
Thank you, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Emmanuel Memga Udendi, Benue, Northeast. I do move that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Anti-Corruption and Financial Crimes on the confirmation of nomination of Ms. Hafsat Abubakar Bakari as Director, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. I so move.
Yes, distinguished Senator Esia. Distinguished Senator Ezewa, the voice of the gods.
Thank you, Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues. My name is Azanwa Onyewuchi, and I represent Imo East Senatorial District. I rise to second the motion as moved. I so second, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do receive the report on anti-corruption and financial crimes in respect of the nominee from Mr. President. Those in support that we do receive this report say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished Senator Odende, you may proceed to lay the report. Yes, Senator Odende.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain Senator Emmanuel Memga Udendi, Benue Northeast. The Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is at its sitting on Wednesday, 21st February 2024, considered the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of the Federation for confirmation of an mentioned nominee for appointment as Director, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, and refers same to the committee for screening. Membership of the committee is on paragraph 2.0, page 1, and page 2 of the report. The methodology adopted for the screening is paragraph 40, page 2. The screening proper is on paragraph 50, page 2 to page 3. The committee's findings are on paragraph 6.0, page 3 to page 4. The observations are contained in paragraph 7.0, page 4. Lastly, the recommendation. After a thorough scrutiny of all the relevant documents of the nominee and sequent to the performance of the nominee during the question and answer session, the committee is satisfied with the nominee's qualification, experience, and suitability. The committee therefore recommends that the Senate do confirm the appointment of Ms. Hasfat Abubakar Bakari for appointment as Director, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the committee, I wish to thank the Senate for the opportunity to serve in this regard. So,
Yes. Distinguished Senator Lamido. You have anything to urge in favor of the nominee?
I'm Senator Ibrahim Lamido, representing Sokoto East Senatorial District. I support the motion, sir.
It's okay. So you support the report as presented? Distinguished Senator Mongono, it's okay.
Mr. President of the Senate, distinguished senators, after carefully perusing the report of the committee, which is very thorough and well presented, I came to the conclusion that this appointment is a square peg in a square hole, having regard to the experience that the nominee has garnered over the years in her meritorious service in the EFCC, which is the primary and premier institution that is charged with the responsibility of fighting corruption and financial crimes in the land. Having garnered that experience, her experience in that sector will be of great benefit in her service as Director of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, which has the mandate of tracking all illicit financial transactions in the country with a view to not only curbing terrorism financing, but also money laundering. So this appointment is a square peg in square hole, having regard to her experience, and I urge my colleagues to support this confirmation without much ado and with the speed of light. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished Senator Mongunu. The problem is how many of them can fly with the speed of light unless they belong to witchcraft. Senator Ningi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Senator Abdul Ningi. Mr. President, my name is Senator Abdul Ningi, representing Bauchi Central of Bauchi State. This nominee comes from my part of the world. Hafsat Bakari has paid her dues as far as fighting financial crime is concerned. A very highly motivated officer, and a young lady, as far as I am concerned, she was born just 1970. Perusing through the presentation of the committee's report, she was an admin officer of the EFCC in 2005, head of service unit of the same EFCC in 2005, a senior legal officer in 2010, EFCC head of strategy and orientation unit in 2012, EFCC head of general service in 2012, EFCC head of human resources unit in 2017, and then NFIU deputy director from 2020 to now. NFIU deputy director, legal and sanction department from 2023 to today. I think squarely this is another very good pick by the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, who, in my opinion, is trying to get the rhythm, the kind of balance that will probably promote whatever agenda he has. In Hafsat, I think he has gotten it very, very well. And I'm very sure, for those who know her, like some of us do, she's a balanced lady. She is not disposed to any political leanings. She's not a PDP, she's not APC. And I'm very positive that going forward, Hafsat will provide that kind of the gender balance that this nation also needs. One of the very best women you come around, who is very homely, and I believe this is a good choice. So I would like to commend Senator Udende. This very comprehensive report will actually made our day from the northeastern part of Nigeria, made their day, the ladies all across the country, that the president is sensitive to this balance, and I'm sure she is going to provide the much needed output that the president is expecting her to make. I commend the committee and I call for the Senate to totally affirm the position of the committee that she should be affirmed and then sent to the president for oath-taking. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you. I believe we don't have much debate on this, because this seems to be a square peg in a square hole. As a matter of fact, she had already risen to the position of deputy director. What was remaining was just director. And I only want to observe one item. Senator, then they're on page 3. When you look at 6.0, you go down to Nigerian Law School, Victoria Island, Lagos, 1990 to 199. Something is missing there.
Mr. President, it's a typographical error, and I move that it be read 1990 to 1999 instead of 1991 instead of 199. But I so move.
Senator Lamido.
Distinguished colleagues, I'm Senator Ibrahim Lamido, representing Sokoto East Senatorial District. I'm from Sokoto. Mr. President, I'm sorry the way I answer your question. Mr. President, I was not in picture.
Just second emotion. Whenever somebody is distracted, I always like to separate the person from distraction. So that was why I called you. And I'm aware you didn't know you were not, your ears were not totally with us. But then you did well because you supported the report. That's all you needed to do. So you did what you should do. So you don't need to apologize for anything. Now just second the motion that we correct this page 3. That's all. You did the right thing. So the report has been amended to read 1990 to 1991. Motion moved by Senator Odende, seconded by Senator Lamido. Those in support of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So as amended now, so Leader of the Senate, you may now move a motion for us to go into committee of the whole to consider this report.
Mr. President and very distinguished senators, I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I second the motion that the Senate resolve into a committee of the whole to consider the report. I so second.
Yes, the motion has been moved and seconded that this Senate do resolve into committee of the whole to consider this report. Those who are in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So we move into committee of the whole. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate approve the nomination of Ms. Hafsat Abubakar Bakari for appointment as the Director of Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU? Those in favor of the approval say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, distinguished colleagues, I stand to move that the Senate revert to plenary to enable the chairman report progress. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, I rise to second the motion that the Senate reverse to plenary for the chair to report progress. I so second.
A motion has been moved and seconded that this chair, the Senate reverts to plenary for the chair to report progress. Those in support of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say nay. The ayes have it. So we revert to plenary to report progress. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on the Screening of Mr. President's nominee from the Anti-Corruption and Financial Crimes Committee of the Senate for appointment as Director, Nigerian Financial and Intelligence Unit, NFIU, and approved the nomination of Ms. Hafsat Abubakar Bakari as Director, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate confirm the nomination of Ms. Hafsat Abubakar Bakari for appointment as the Director General, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU? Those in favor of the confirmation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Ms. Hafsat Abubakar Bakari is hereby confirmed as the Director of Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU. Let me, on behalf of the Senate, thank the distinguished Senator Emmanuel Odende and members of his Committee on Anti-Corruption and Financial Crimes for a wonderful job, painstaking and very thorough job done to bring us to this conclusion in respect of the screening, approval, and confirmation of this nominee. Let me also congratulate Ms. Bakari for this elevation as the Director of NFIU and hope that she will bring her wealth of experience to bear in disseminating intelligence to all the units that require intelligence to carry out anti-corruption fight in our dear country. And further congratulate Mr. President, just as Senator Ningi pointed out, for fishing out a square peg in a square hole. Congratulations. And thank my colleagues for your contributions to this screening exercise and approval and confirmation. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is a House bill for concurrence, as listed on the order paper. Distinguished senators will recall that this bill was read the first time in this chamber on Tuesday, 30th January 2024. Mr. President, for the simple nature of the bill and for interchamber reciprocity, I will present a lead debate on the bill. And I ask for Mr. President's permission to proceed with the lead debate.
Leader of the Senate, you may proceed.
Mr. President, respected colleagues, lead debate on the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency NDLEA Act Amendment Bill 2024 HB 472. This is a concurrence bill from the House of Representatives. The bill was read for the first time on Tuesday, 30th January 2024. Mr. President, respected colleagues, this bill seeks to amend the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Act, Cap N30, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to strengthen the operations of the agency, empower the agency to establish laboratories, update the list of dangerous drugs, review the penalty provisions, enhance the power of the agency to prosecute drug-related offenses, and issue subsidiary legislation. Mr. President, my respected colleagues, this bill went through rigorous legislative process, including public hearing in the House of Representatives, and was subsequently passed. I therefore urge you all to support the second reading of this bill. I thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues.
Senator Manguno.
Distinguished President of the Senate, distinguished senators, my name is Mohamed Tahir Manguno. I represent Marte Manguno, Ganze Federal Constituency of Borno State. Mr. President, in seconding this bill for second reading, I want to further submit that what this bill seeks to do is to make the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency not only to back, but bite in the discharge of its statutory mandate to get all the prosecutorial powers to prosecute offenders after investigation. By so doing, they will be in total control of the affairs of the agency, just like their sister organizations like EFCC, ICPC are statutorily charged with the mandate of investigation of people who have run foul of the law, and with additional power of prosecuting same that will give them an effective control over the management of and discharge of their statutory duties, and it will further give them the teeth, as I said earlier, not only to back, but bite in the discharge of their statutory mandate. And as such, I urge my colleagues to support for second reading this bill with the speed of light. Thank you.
Senator Dankwambo. you were the accountant general that spent the money on Ajaokuta.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And chairman of drugs and narcotics. So you should make a comment on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me rise to also add my support for the amendment of this very important bill. As you are aware, Mr. Chairman, this chamber has declared that we should declare state of emergency on drugs and narcotics because of the importance of this in our country today. Today, when we review the menace of drugs in our various homes and communities and in our various places, we will discover that maybe one of the most important items today that Nigeria should have on its agenda, in order for us to move forward, is fighting drugs and narcotics. And we cannot do it if we have an institution that can only bark and cannot bite. As such, these amendments are meant to further strengthen the institution, to make it in such a way that some of the new drugs that hitherto were not in the list of those banned drugs and narcotics can be tested and be classified in such a situation, to also enable the agency or the institution establish excellent scientific laboratories that can test drugs, test narcotics, and classify them appropriately. And most importantly, to also enable the agency have funding that will be able to cater for the staff of the agency. Mr. President, sir, if this agency is strengthened, the war on drugs and narcotics will be further be enhanced, and penalty too for offenders will be strengthened. I therefore want to appeal to my colleagues to support this bill for the second reading. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Ekong Samson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My dear colleagues, I readily want to add my voice to this bill. Given the harm that drugs and narcotics have done to Nigeria and Nigerians, I think it is very fitting that we support every effort that is made to discourage addiction to these substances. This bill draws a lot of interest from Nigerians across a very broad spectrum. And the recommendations are very good, very far-reaching. We've all seen how drugs and narcotics have demarcated this country. A number of our youths are hooked up, their future put in question marks. So it is only very commendable that this intervention be applauded and encouraged. So I really support the principles that underpin this amendment. It will convince the global space that Nigeria is serious about fighting drugs. It will also give a future to our hopes. So on behalf of Akwa Ibom South, Ekong Samson really supports the principles that drive this bill. Thank you.
Distinguished Senate President Emeritus.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I am Ahmed Lawan. I represent Yobeno Senatorial District. Mr. President, let me join my colleagues who spoke earlier to say that this is one of the very most important bills that the National Assembly, the 10th National Assembly, will pass. Mr. President, today, almost every society, maybe every family, would have one reason or the other to complain about the negative impacts that drug abuse has spread across the country. Mr. President, here we are with a huge number of youth, many without employment, some without even any literacy at all, and unfortunately have easy access to drugs. That is a death knell for the future of our country. And Mr. President, my perspective will be that if we enable the agency that is supposed to fight drug abuse, we should intensify the campaign, sensitization, in order to prevent our youth particularly from getting involved with drugs. Mr. President, I think as a country we have not campaigned enough against drug abuse. And I want to challenge us in the 10th Senate. Let's take the drug abuse challenge in Nigeria as one of our issues that we'll continue to work for to ensure that we arrange or organize roundtables, seminars, and workshops in such a way that our society, our country, our people get better information, particularly the youth, because it's like a tap. Those who import or bring the drugs into our country, they do so because there are people who utilize the drugs they bring in. And if we're able to have better enlightened youth that will shun drugs abuse, those taps will dry up significantly. So, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we can pick drug abuse as one of those challenges, social menace, that the 10th Senate will be targeting at to ensure that we are able to contribute meaningfully in reducing the use of drugs by our youth. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Victor Ume.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name remains Senator Victor Ume. I represent Anambra Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, this debate on this amendment has called for a look at what the House of Reps passed and transmitted to us. By the time we go to clause-by-clause consideration of this amended bill, you will notice that all the sections referred to in what we have nothing to compare them with what is in the Principal Act. Each section you see where they have introduced an amendment, they will simply say that this should be done. We are not seeing anything in comparison with what is contained in the Principal Act. Like 17, it says section 22 of the Principal Act is deleted. We don't know what the Section 22 of the Principal Act contains, I had expected that this amendment should have come with a copy of the Principal Act attached to it for distribution to senators in this chamber, so that as you are looking at it, you'll be able to see the wisdom in the proposed amendments and know which to support and which to make further contribution to before passage. So we are going to look at this without knowing what the Principal Act contains in the various sections. Having said that, Mr. President, I support entirely that this act will need to be amended and strengthened because they have done a conclusive work and transmitted to us for concurrence. Those of us who have some of the concerns in fighting drugs, abuse, and all manners of things would have thought about some additions to make in the provisions. For example, Mr. President, you know I'm the chairman of the Senate Committee on Diaspora. And most of our cases of our citizens who are held outside Nigeria for drug-related offenses, some of them have been convicted and they are serving sentences in some prisons across the world. Some are subjected to terrible, inhuman treatment. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to talk about making our country to accept, bringing our convicts to come and serve in Nigerian prisons for drug-related offenses, it will help us cushion the effect of the maltreatment going on in some prisons, particularly in some prisons across Africa. So, Mr. President, I support this, but I think if it's possible, we can have the Principal Act and compare it with the amendments they have effected, since they are not reflected in what we have. Thank you, Mr. President, and that's my humble contribution for now. Thank you. They are not there. The Principal Act. The Principal Act. No, what you put here are the amendments. But what about the Principal Act? We're going to vote in support or against.
Distinguished colleagues, I think distinguished Senator Ome made a very valid point that for us to really ensure a holistic job on this, it will be good for us to have attached to the amendment the Principal Act and then, of course, the amended section. So I want to employ the leader of the Senate that we've had arguments. Nobody's opposed to any amendment to strengthen the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Act, but we would like to see the Principal Act side by side with the amended sections for us to be able to make informed decisions or for us to either add or subtract. Therefore, this proposed amendment is referred to the Committee of the Whole on the next legislative date for further consideration. But in the meantime, the Principal Act and the further amendment should be made available to all distinguished senators. Yes.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, Mohamed Ali Ndume, representing Borno South. Mr. President, in view of the importance of this bill, although you have already ruled, but it would have been better for each member to have a copy because almost all of us have interest. so that we study it, we see what we need to add. Then we can come here in the committee of whole prepared, well prepared. This bill is very, very important, no doubt about it. And the leader has led by, leading the short and simple debate. But I don't think giving us today and taking it up tomorrow will be timely enough. So,
No, sir, I agree with you. I said another legislative date. So we can schedule it probably for Thursday. But we have ruled, the ruling is that because of the Senator Ndume, the ruling is that because of the importance of the bill, that we should take it to another legislative date in a committee of the whole. But before then, that both the principal act and the amended sections must be made available to all senators, so that we'll be informed in any decision we are going to take. So, but in the meantime, let me just thank the leader. Leader, this is a very, very important bill. From criminality to character deformation in the country, to everything. A lot has to do with drugs. In fact, sometimes even your children in your homes, you do not know them until you see them in their elements in nightclubs. That's when you realize that they are actually your children. I'm telling you. And then even the behaviors, which you will not believe the kind of behavior they will put up. And this is all because of the quantity of drugs in the system. And then those who do not have drugs also try their best to even manufacture their own kind of drugs. I don't want, when we go into the main debate, I will also have my say, because I've heard stories of people going to puncture soakaways, and then before going out to nightclub, they go there to sniff the soakaway in order to be high. All sorts of things are happening in the society. So we must take this bill very seriously, and we must strengthen the NDLEA in order to fight this proliferation of drugs in the system, to save the future of Nigerians. So I thank you for bringing this to the fore. The Deputy Senate President. Leader of the Senate.
The Senate Leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, distinguished senators, the third order of the day is the second reading of the Nigerian National Internship and Unemployment Benefit Scheme Bill 2024. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read for the first time in this chamber on Tuesday, 14th November 2023. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the distinguished Senator Salisu Shuaib Afolabi to move the motion for the bill to be read a second time.
Distinguished Senator Salisu Shuaib Afolabi, SAS. You may wish to... Sorry? You may wish to move your motion. I mean, for the... He's not around? The leader? He's not around. We'll stand it down.
Well, Mr. President, I stand to move that the third order of the day be stood down for another legislative day so that we can proceed to the fourth order of the day. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
The minority leader, you may wish to second the motion.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the Senate leader. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, the fourth order of the day is the second reading of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2024 SB 325. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read for the first time in this chamber on Tuesday, 30th January 2024. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Abiru Mukail Adetokunbo to move the motion for the bill to be read a second time.
Order. Distinguished Senator Abiru, you may wish to move the motion for the second reading of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. I rise to move for the lead debate on a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Nigeria Act number 7 of 2007 to further empower the bank to carry out its principal objects in line with Section 2 of the Act and for other related matters.
Where is the lead debate? We don't have it.
Where is it? Okay. So, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, this bill is being sponsored by my good self, Senator Mukail Adetokunbo Abiru, and all the members of the banking, of the Committee of Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions. Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, it is my pleasure and delight to lead the debate on the general principles on a bill for an act to amend the CBN Act number 7 of 2007. This bill, which is sponsored by all the members of the Senate Committee on Banking and other the Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions, was read for the first time in this hallowed chamber on Tuesday, 30th January 2024. Background: as we may all recall, the current Act of 2007, which charges the bank with the overall control and administration of the monetary and financial sector policies of the federal government, has not been amended for over 16 years, despite growing changes to the bank's balance sheet as well as challenges in monetary policy implementation,
occasioned by fiscal dominance and rapidly changing financial landscape. This proposal, therefore, aimed at strengthening the bank to discharge its primary mandate of maintaining monetary and price stability. So the first amendment comes under note 2 on page 2, need for a coordinating committee for monetary and fiscal policies. The current act made no provision for coordination of monetary and fiscal policies, which is the reason that monetary policies of the bank often diverge from fiscal policies to the detriment of the economy. So to this end, the bill introduces, for the purpose of coordination of monetary and fiscal and trade policies, a coordinating committee for monetary and fiscal policies. And you have points A, B, and C that specifies the functions of that committee. And of course, on that same page, you also have the membership of the proposed committee. On page 3, which is the second point, the bill also speaks on the tenure of CBN governor and deputy governor. Section 8, subsection 2 of the CBN Act currently grants the governor and deputy governors a tenure of 5 years, and they are eligible for reappointment for another term not exceeding 5 years. This bill therefore proposes to amend this provision to provide a single non-renewal or renewable tenure of 6 years for the governor and the deputy. And this is the practice adopted by many independent banks, such as the US Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank, where their chief executive officers serve only one non-renewable term. On page 3 again, this bill also speaks to appointment of a minimum of 1 career staff of the bank in the Committee of Governors. So it therefore proposes that among the deputy governors provided under Section 6 of the current Act, at least 1 career staff should be elevated to the provision of deputy governor from within the bank. This, we believe, will promote a smooth transition process as well as minimize the risk of loss of institutional memory in implementing the bank's mandate. On page 4, point 5 there also speaks to board appointment, an appointment of at least 1 female among the external directors of the bank. The current Act, Section 10, subsection 1 of this Act, states that in appointing the 5 external directors of the bank, the President shall have due regard to a fair representation of the financial, agricultural, industrial, and commercial interests and the principle of federal character. It can be observed that there is no mention of gender as part of the factors to be considered by the President in the appointment of the 5 external directors. So in line with inclusivity in the governance of the bank, the bill therefore proposes to insert the word gender in this provision. Same page 4, under tenure of external directors. Just as the bill is proposing for a single tenure for the governor and the deputy governor, it is also proposing that for the external directors, a single term for the members of the executive and board members of the bank helps to reduce political influence on oversight functions and monetary policy decisions. On page 5, the bill also proposes the establishment of the office of a chief compliance officer for the bank of a rank not below deputy governor, who reports directly to the board and may occasionally be summoned to appear before the relevant committee of the National Assembly. This role does not conflict with the functions of the compliance unit of the bank. It is more concerned with regulated entities. This is rather to complement the current membership of the Committee of Governors and increase the deputy governors from 4 to 5. On the same page 5, the bill also speaks to the limit of temporary advances to the federal government, otherwise known as Ways and Means. The current Act empowers the CBN to grant temporary advances to the federal government to finance unexpected shortfall in budget revenue. So in order to firm up this provision and prevent a repeat of the recent experience in which the bank's ways and means have fueled inflation and significantly distorted economic management, the bill proposes the following. The bill proposes A, that any advance to the federal government should not exceed 10% of average government actual revenues for the preceding 3 years. Also, such temporary loans should be repaid in full within 3 months from the date it is made. It also, in order to minimize default risk, any sum which becomes outstanding at the end of a period should be held against and recovered from the proportion of the federal government's FAC receipts. On page 6, issuance of new legal tender to replace existing ones. The current act gives the bank the power to restructure the domestic currency and issue new legal tender, but has not specified a time frame within which the old currency ceases to be a legal tender. Therefore, the current law creates a lacuna which has contributed to the confusion that characterized the last currency redesign and the resultant huge economic loss to the nation until the intervention of the Supreme Court. So in order to prevent a repeat of this experience and consistent with global practice, the bill proposes, therefore, that before the bank can replace an old legal tender with a new one under any restructuring, redesigning, or redenomination, reasonable time limit should be given. So, and the terms of the reasonableness is also specified from point A to point E on page 7. On same page 7, board governance, in order to strengthen the oversight function of the board on the management of the bank, in view of the fact that the governor of the bank also serves as the chairman of the board, the bill proposes that the board committees should be headed by non-executive directors of the board rather than the deputy governors. On same page 7, note 11 there, recapitalization of the bank. The bank's current authorized capital is 100 billion, and as we all know, this has been eroded by devaluation over the years because this was put in place in 2007. So what this bill proposes is to amend this to provide that the paid-up capital of the bank shall now be 1 trillion naira and may be increased from time to time by such amount as the government may deem appropriate. On page 8, the bill also speaks to the appearance of the governor before the National Assembly. The current act, section 8, subsection 4, requires the governor to appear before the National Assembly at semi-annual hearings. What this new bill is proposing is that the governor should continue to appear at on a semi-annual basis, but at the same time, given our constitutional role in oversighting the bank, it also proposes that we should reserve the power to invite the governor to make presentations from time to time as the need arises. On page 9, note 14, the bill also speaks. Okay. Page. Let me stick to it. Okay, page 9, paragraph. Okay, the very first paragraph. Page 5. Okay, page 5. So what do you have there? Publication of monetary policy. Okay, publication of monetary policy and interim financial reports. The bill encourages.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, I rise under Order 8 sub 3 to move for extension of time to enable us sit beyond 2 p.m. To finish today's proceedings as contained on the order paper. I so move, Mr. President.
Could you please second the motion?
Mr. President, I like to support the motion moved by the Senate leader that we extend our time beyond 2 p.m. to be able to enable us complete the assignment on ground. Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion moved by the leader and seconded by another leader, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Abiru, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. So I stopped at the paragraph on publication of monetary policy and interim financial reports. The bill encourages more transparency and accountability in the conduct of monetary policy and its financial affairs. To this end, it proposes the publication of monetary policy reports as well as interim financial reports every 6 months. These reports should be submitted to the President and the National Assembly within 1 month of the reference period. Consequence management provision. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the correct act under Section 8, 5B stipulates that the governor should from time to time make a formal report and presentation on the activities of the bank and the performance of the economy to the relevant committees of the National Assembly. But, however, there are no provisions for sanctions when this does not take place. So the bill, therefore, proposes that where the governor fails to make a report to the President and the National Assembly as required by law, it should be served with a warning letter by the National Assembly. And if the failure persists by recommendation from the National Assembly for the governor's suspension from office by the President. Ratification of the bank's budget in line with the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. The bill also gives practical effect to the provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007 by providing that the budget approved by the board of the CBN can only be implemented upon the consideration and ratification by the National Assembly. In conclusion, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the bill, if passed into law, will further strengthen the bank to carry out its principal objectives in line with Section 2 of the Act, which is to ensure monetary and price stability, issue legal tender currency in Nigeria, maintain external reserves, and also to safeguard the international value of our legal tender and promote a sound financial system in Nigeria. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this bill has no financial implication and no compendium is attached as required by Order 76, subsection 3 of the Senate Standing Orders 2022 as amended. I thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleague for your attention. And I pray that this bill is supported. Thank you, Mr. President.
Contribution will start with Senator Lamele Konyayi, then Senator Osita, then we'll cross to the other side, Senator Abelningi, followed by Senator Abbas, then we'll move to the other side. Two minutes. Two minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague, Adeola Solomon Olamilekon, representing Lagos West Senatorial District, Ogun West Senatorial District, in the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, that slip of tongue, please bear with me. I'm Ogun West. Mr. President, let me say that before now, when such an amendment is being proposed, you will only see this kind of amendment emanating from central bank themselves. In time past, this is the first time that somebody who is an experienced banker chairing the Senate Committee on Banking and proposing this amendment to the Central Bank Act and all provisions that he has made proposal to are very fundamental and very vital for the continuous existence of the Central Bank of Nigeria as we currently have. Mr. President, for instance, each time we were engaging the Minister of Finance or Budget, we said there should be coordination and cooperation between the fiscal and the monetary policy. We only say it, but really it's not there. But with this proposed amendment, what we have tried to do is to institutionalize that coordination we've been asking for. So there is no game saying. There will need, mandatory need, for both ministers to sit down and speak about both the fiscal and the monetary policy. And that is the right step in the right direction. Secondly, the budget of Central Bank of Nigeria over the years, from time to time, has been it's always been attended to under the table, in secrecy. A budget of minimum of about 2.53 trillion naira to be treated under the table. With these proposed amendments, they have no choice than to lay their budget before the National Assembly. The only area of interest to me again is the area of the appointment of the compliance officer. The bank already have a compliance office. This is one area that the mover of this amendment must look into, because already the bank have what we call the audit committee that can play this role effectively. But if we now appoint a compliance officer that report directly to the board without speaking to the CBN governors and the management team, it gives some concern. And how does he intend to function without collaborating and working with the management itself? So this one area I want us to look into. Mr. President, in rounding up on the proposed amendment, the temporary advances which the bank regularly gives to the federal government, the existing act says 5%, but this bill is proposing 10%. This is another area I want the mover of this amendment to look into. When we say ways and means is something that is in the front burner, that is distorting the current economic situation as we currently have. And this existing bill that we have is saying 5% of the total previous year's revenue of the federal government should be advanced to the federal government. And the new bill is saying 10. Reason why he's saying 10, we would like to know, so that we can be well guided. Because by the time we apply 5% and 10%, they are not the same. Further clarification in this regard. But Mr. President, aside those two, all other provisions as contained in this document, I'm in total support of it. And I'm in total support of the amendment as so proposed by the Chairman Senate Committee on Banking. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman, Committee on Appropriations. Senator Osita, you have the floor. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. My name is Osita Izunaso. I represent Imo West. Mr. President, this amendment of the CBN Act couldn't have come at a better time than this. This is the time that the whole country is worried about the economic fortunes of our land. So I must commend the sponsor and indeed the sponsors of this amendment for timely intervention at this particular point in time. Mr. President, there are so many aspects of this bill that are worthy to be commended. Let me start with the issue of a single tenure for the CBN governor. I think a single tenure of 5 years for the governor, 6 years for the governor of Central Bank and his deputies is commendable. Because oftentimes you will discover that when some of these governors are reappointed for a second term, that is when we actually run into a problem with most of their decisions. You will recall that some of the CBN governors that have succeeded, like Professor Soludo, he didn't do a second term, he did a single term. So I am supporting the tenure of CBN governors to be a single term for 6 years and the deputies. Mr. President, one of the main issues we have in the current CBN Act is the harmonization of the tenure of CBN deputy governors. You will discover that right now in CBN, all the deputy governors were screened the same day, appointed the same day, and they have the same tenure. But that is not what the Act says. But this amendment is seeking to harmonize that so that we don't have such problems again.
So I support this amendment in that regard. But let me talk about the Chief Compliance Officer. The problem with the CBN is about governance and compliance. So I don't want to agree with Senator Yayi when he was talking about looking at the compliance officer a second time. That position of a compliance officer, being a deputy governor, is indeed what we need at this point in time. And such a position must come from within the central bank. You don't have to take an outsider to make him a chief compliance officer. It has to be somebody who has worked in the central bank and has become a director in the central bank that you can make a compliance officer. And there is no conflict from this bill from the powers of the CBN governor.
Thank you. Your time is off.
Mr. President, let me round up. So I believe that if you have this compliance officer who is a deputy governor, so there's no conflict between the compliance officer and the CBN governor, because the compliance officer is indeed a deputy governor. Mr. President, in rounding up, let me say that it is important that we also look at the issue of a coordinating committee, because this bill has proposed that this coordinating committee will be handled by the Minister of Finance. And I agree with him totally, because right now the Minister of Finance is the coordinating minister of the economy. So the Minister of Finance should head the coordinating committee of both monetary and fiscal policy. But by the time we go for public hearing, I'm also proposing that NMPC should be represented in this committee, because it's a high...
Thank you. Senator Abdul Ningi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Abdul Ningi, and I represent Bauchi Central, Bauchi State. Mr. President, let me join others in really congratulating Senator Abiro for this, what I call a proposed revolutionary amendment to the CBN Act. Recall that the last time the Parliament had any idea about the Central Bank Act was in 2007. And I'm perusing through the proposed amendment. One is really delighted about taking the CBN back to its normal course, its constitutional course, and then its course in the CBN Act, being the banker's banker. And therefore, you are giving the CBN its rightful mandate to be able to do what it needs to do. Otherwise, in the last few years, you have seen how CBN is so bastardized that it becomes anything but the banker's banker. Looking at the tenure of CBN governor, I am sure a bill at the second reading is supposed to look at the principle behind the bill. I think this matter, I do not have a particular opinion about it. I am sure the general probably will also do the needful. But propoundly, one of the revolutionary proposals was, of course, an appointment of a career staff of the bank in the Committee of Governors. Mr. President, look at what happened in the last 2 decades. Whenever a CBN governor is appointed, as soon as he takes over, every director of the existing CBN becomes something that is not attached. Unless you have an attachment with the incoming CBN governor, then there's every possibility that as a director, you may leave that place. Therefore, by doing that, you are erasing institutional memory. Today, the current CBN governor appointed, has made a question mark on all the directors of the CBN, because it has been a tradition that he inherited, but it's not in the act. But this particular provision will make it mandatory for any CBN governor to take a loan and retain the institutional memory of that institution. Thirdly, at least one female among the external directors. I think it's a good provision for the female folk. I think it is something that is global. Every time you come up with ideas, you must be able to integrate the female folk who are actually in the majority. And then the compliance officer, like other speakers have said, This is really apt. This is very, very important. The second is the limit, the temporary limit of advances to the federal government. And I'm sure we need more data. We need more evidences why it should left 5% to 10%, given the economic position of the country. What are the advantages advanced as to the taking it from 5 to 10? I think we need more information. I will get it during the public hearing. Thirdly, issuance of
Leader, you have 1 second remaining.
powers of the National Assembly taking 89, 88, and then 134, 132 of the Constitution as to the supremacy of the National Assembly over whatever happens in Nigeria. I think for a very long time, we have not seen the CBN bringing their budget. We do not understand it, we have not seen it, and nobody seems to provide any information year in, year out. It begins to tell Nigerians that the CBN is bigger than the government, that the CBN is bigger than the National Assembly. And I'm sure this provision is apt, is making sure that CBN are responsible and accountable to everything they do for and on behalf of the citizens of this country. Lastly, sir, the bill also try to improve the monetary policy and the interim financial reports, which has also been missing. Over the years, sir, everything is now being domiciled in CBN. There are no go area, no questions raised, no answers provided. The CBN is seen as if it is a hole in themselves. And therefore, this is a bill that as senators...
Thank you, Leader. Thank you very much. Senator Abbas, you ought to have the floor, but the deputy leader who is acting for minority leader wants to say something. Let's give him 2 minutes, then you speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues. My name is Olalere Oyewumi. I represent the wonderful people of Osunwet Senatorial District. Sir, I want to start by congratulating the chairman of Banking, Finance and other institutions that presented this bill. And equally, by extension, congratulate the leadership of the 10th Senate for putting the square peg in the square hole. When you are doing the right thing, this is the kind of the product that you expect. It's very rich and very, very tantalizing. I want to talk on 2 aspects of the bill. One is the appointment of a minimum of 1 career staff of the bank in the Committee of Governors. You know, most of the previous governors of Central Bank are from commercial banks. I know the main target of commercial bank are quite different from that of the central bank. Commercial bank are there to make profit, and central bank is to monitor the economic policy. So having an insider in that board is going to be very useful for the smooth running of that place. So it's very, very apt. The second one has been touched by Senator Ningibe. I want to emphasize on it. That is the issuance of new legal tender to replace the existing ones. Experience has shown that whenever we want to change our currency, it's always done in a hurry and put the customers in jeopardy. And a lot of them run helter-skelter and they lost a lot of money in the process. So all the recommendations are very apt and we put the customers in very good mood. Sufficient time given, and then legally the two should be allowed to run for a year before the extent of the former one. Lastly is the tenure of the governor of the central bank. I don't know why the mover is suggesting 6 years. I'm even thinking that 5 years is enough. 5 years is even enough. 1 term, no extension. When you stay in one office too long, it becomes uninteresting. But since I suggested 6 years, 1 term, I'm equally in support of that. Put whatever you want to do for the country within that 6 years, and there's no extension, so that whatever you want to do in 6 years, it is enough to put your best and give room for another person. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President.
Senator Abbas, then after you move to the other side, we have Senator Sani Musa, Senator Ochocho, then Senator Ume, and then Senator Kwambu. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm Senator Aminu E. Abbas, Senator representing Adamawa Central District. Mr. President, I want to thank the promoter and the mover of this bill for a wonderful job. I equally want to join all other distinguished senators who commented on this. But I have 2 or 3 issues. The first issue was first mentioned by the Deputy Minority Leader on the tenure. I will stand for 5 years tenure, single tenure. Even the president is a 4-year tenure, president. So if you propose 6 years tenure, I think it's a single tenure 5 years. I'll propose that when we're finalizing the bill. And when it comes to the issue of monetary policy, monetary and fiscal policy, because of what we had during the screening of the central bank governor and the deputy governors, I would want the 4 deputy governors or 5 deputy governors to be part of the monetary policy, because some of the issues the government may not want to disclose when they are discussing some important issues. I want every deputy governor who are part of the governorship of the CBN Governors Council to be part of that. And then when it comes to the issue of phasing out the old currency, I think all over the world there is no tenure for phasing out old currency. 2 years is too small. Some people will lose their money when it comes to a tenure. All over the world they allow it to run naturally, to phase out, if there's enough new currency printed by the central bank. And I want to plead, or I want the promoter of the DC to check and see if we can even extend, not 2 years, either we leave it open or we extend it to 5 years. 5 years period to phase out the old currency. That's my submission. I'm happy and I support this bill when it comes. And I say kudos to the mover of this.
Thank you. Now, please, we reduce to 1 more minute because we have a lot to cover. We have a very important motion from Senator Alindime. So, Senator Sani Musa has the floor, but 1 minute. Then we'll go to Ochocho. Then we'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, my name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East Senatorial District. I believe that Mr. President will give me the privilege as Chairman of Finance to make comments for 2 minutes. Instead of 1 minute.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. My comment is on the Coordinating Committee for Monetary and Fiscal Policy. I think this is the best that CBN will have if this come to be an act, because what is happening at the moment, there is no coordination at all. There is only, just as my distinguished colleague said, Senator Adiola, there is only that resemblance of coordination, but there is no coordination between the managers of our fiscal and monetary policies. And that is why we have been having a lot of policy somersaults. When you're talking about fiscal and your monetary policies that you will do for a period and you maintain it. And you're doing it for a reason that within so period, what you intend to achieve, you'll be able to actualize it. But before then, you will see that there are changes. So with this coordinating committee, I think it will frame it better. And then the tenure. I do not see anything wrong in a 5-year single tenure. All we need to do is to expunge that renewal. 5 years is enough, because the consequences of it is that the executive president is only going to be there for 4 years. And the moment if there's any eventual change, the monetary policy and the fiscal policy, if they don't go together, there will be an issue. So I think the 5-year period is germane. And then the chief compliance officer from within the system, from CBN, not person below the rank of a director who has had experiences to be a deputy governor, to be elevated to a deputy governor. Somebody who has been in the area of compliance within the CBN, who has been gone through all the rudiments of that compliance department. I think it will be a very good thing for the CBN. And lastly, the issue of recapitalization. It is very important that our CBN recapitalize. But I will also want to add that what we have not seen in this amendment is the issue of our foreign reserves. We should not be tying our foreign reserve to only one currency. We should diverse it. There should be diversification in our reserve, and we should encourage to also keep our reserves locally. And lastly, the issue of 10%. I think 10% is on the high side. Ways and means giving 10%. And in a country where it has been abused from 2015 till 2023, it is not good for this country.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Senator Ajaokuta, then Senator Umi.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, very distinguished colleagues, I am Issa Jibrin, representing Kogi East. First, I want to commend the sponsor of this bill and congratulate all of us who are members of that committee. This bill is actually meant to address the major shortcomings in CBN. Shortcomings that have mitigated, that have worked against the effective functioning of CBN. And I want to believe that if the major issues, amendments suggested here are affected, CBN will be able to operate optimally. First, I want to start with the issue of the compliance officer. Mr. President, the compliance officer we are talking about here doesn't necessarily have to have accounting background. We are talking of somebody who has adequate knowledge of the workings of the various departments of CBN. And it is completely distinct from what Senator Olamilekan did mention. It is not an accounting function, so it is not the job of what do you call it, internal audit. Internal audit is a completely different department. But we are talking of somebody who has requisite knowledge, who has worked sufficiently long enough in various departments of CBN, and who will now assume the position of deputy governor, as the 5th deputy governor of the CBN. Now, the issue of federal character is very important. North Central has been grossly shortchanged. And I want to appeal, okay, to my distinguished colleagues and the Senate President that position should be reserved for North Central. And
thank you very much. You made your point. You have made your point. Okay, 1 second.
The recapitalization of CBN. I do not want to support the idea that the recapitalization should come from capitalization of revenue reserve. Let there be a fresh equity injection. Okay, because revenue reserve has all along been available for CBN to use. So let fresh fund come in to CBN instead of capitalizing the revenue reserve. Then finally, the MPC, Monetary Policy Committee. I'm happy that the current composition of the MPC is comprised of tested professionals. We expect a much more vibrant MPC because all the policy measures revolve around the MPC. So we want a situation where MPC will come up, tinker with some of the variables depending on what is happening in the economy.
Thank you. Senator Umi, from Senator Umi, please, let's utilize 1 minute because so many senators want to contribute. I understand this is a very important bill and that has to do with CBN. A lot of suggestions for amendments to the act that everybody wants to. Want to contribute. So please, I will allow some those that want to contribute, but let's reduce the time to 1 minute. So you have 1 minute, Senator Umi.
Mr. President, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute, but you are shifting the goalposts now. 2 minutes you said before,
he got to me, he said...
You are former chairman of a national party. You are used to speaking in public. I know you can compress all your ideas into one sentence even.
Thank you. I will be very brief. Mr. President, let me start with the issue of these debates. One way of helping us, my name is Senator Victor Ume, I represent Anambra Central. One way of saving time during debates will be when these things are considered by our various committees and brought to the Senate. Members of those committees should give others the chance to contribute because they've debated these things in their committee before making this recommendation. That's why we are losing time. In this bill, the committee said the bill is co-sponsored by all the 32 members of the Senate Committee on Banking. If you had taken cognizance of that, would have saved time in the debate. Let me go straight to the recommendations made by the committee. I'm coming now. You people gave us this to...
The chair, you have the floor. You are protected.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also commend the committee for a great work done. You know, you did wonderfully well and captured most of our concerns in these proposed amendments. I'll go to the tenure of the CBN governor. My view is that this idea of trying to make one single term for governors and executive officers in Nigeria, we should be able to retain one term of 5 years for governors of central bank. Let it do 5 years and go. Fresh hand will come. If you look at what we were caught up with in the last one that has just left, because he stayed for too long and he now left, we are now crying over a lot of mismanaged policies. 5 years will be sufficient for somebody to try his bit and leave for others to take over. That's my contribution on tenure.
Thank you. You have 1 second remaining.
There are so many things here, please. The temporary advances to the federal government, I'm happy with what they have done by now saying that these temporary loans, these are temporary loans. They're not supposed to last for too long. They're bridging funds given to the federal government. So I wholeheartedly support that the money should be repaid in full within 3 months instead of 1 year. It's a well thought out.
Thank you. Time is off. Thank you. Senator Nakwambo, then Senator Sadiq, then Senator Tahir.
Budget. This one is critical. Ratification of the bank's budget. The committee has recommended that the budget approved by the Board of Governors of the Central Bank can only be implemented upon the consideration and approval by the relevant committees of the National Assembly. Further, Mr. President, our procedure here is that the budgets are approved by the National Assembly for all agencies of government. And if we take this proposal that the Committee on Banking, Finance, Insurance, and other financial institutions will approve the budget of the central bank, it will be inconsistent with what we do here. So
thank you. Wonderful observation. Very good observation. Thank you. So we have 1 minute. There's Senator Sadiq Umar and Tahir Bongono, and then we because of time. Senator Nkwambu.
Yes, I'm trying to. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also rise to congratulate the movers of the amendment of this law. But mine is just a little bit of caution to say that we should not make a law because maybe of the over exuberance, maybe of somebody that is in office or somebody that has occupied that office before. And I want to make this comment in the coordinating office. Currently on the board of CBN, the Minister of Finance is being represented by the Accountant General and the Permanent Secretary Ministry of Finance. Their responsibility is to represent the minister in coordinating the various policies between the CBN and the Ministry of Finance. If we want to create another coordinating committee that is going to be under the Minister of Finance, in this case, maybe a good economist, a banker, and all these ones, but in not all cases, because at one time we had a Minister of Finance that did not have even finance background. So we can do it in the budget law, in the appropriation law itself. We don't need to amend the CBN Act to bring the Minister of Finance, because subsequently there will be a conflict of role in the Banking Act as to who is going to be in charge of the BOFIA. Two, in respect of the Ways and Means, too, the Ways and Means is given a year because of the nature at which we receive our revenues. Revenues are earned 1 month in advance, and Ways and Means is an overdraft to the government, which is the true responsibility of the central bank, banker to the government. If there will be any need for the government to overdraw its account, and you say they should pay within 3 months, that will be too short. And that may likely also going to be extended to the commercial people, you know. So I still feel it is better for the Ways and Means can be extended and be cleared up to the end of the year. By then, all the revenues for the current year would have been realized, and like it's also suggested, if they are not realized, they can be deducted from the subsequent allocation in the Federation Account Allocation Committee. I support very strongly one single tenure for the CBN governor, and that tenure for 5 years. 5 years is enough. We don't need 6 years, and the other one can be, we can delete from there.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Distinguished Senator Nkwambo. Your time is off. I'll give you one more second.
On issuance of currency, I support that the currency, the notes be allowed to circulate and without any limit. And from time to time, as that power is given to the bank to determine when to issue new currency, not to do what we did before. To one day just wake up and say, pack everything and go, and we are bringing new currency. No, issuance of currency is the dirty ones, the torn ones, all the damaged ones, because money itself is a security item.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Senator Sadiq Umar. Distinguished senators, we will allow most of you to speak because this is a very, very important bill. Something to do with our CBN, so it's not something we just rush. We're allowed to bear your minds, but please compress your ideas into 1 minute, you know, kind of expression, so that others will have the time to speak. Senator Umar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am Sadiq Suleiman Umar, and I represent the good and decent people of Kwara North. Mr. President, the beauty of this bill is what I want to bring forward so that we don't lose it completely, because nationally, every sector of our national life, the major challenges we have that we've always failed has been addressed by this bill. And it interests us, Mr. President, that we should look at every other bill that has to do with every sector that is important to this country to go this way. How do I mean? Our major problem, be it in security, economy, education, health, everything comes from lack of coordination, lack of compliance, and lack of consequences for not complying or doing the wrong thing. And this bill, I'm happy to see that this has been addressed in coordination. I'm particularly happy that trade and investment, agriculture, and the private sector is part of that coordination. because that is how we are going to really loop up our national economic issues. Compliance, I'm happy.
You have 1 second remaining.
I'm very happy that we have somebody who understands why he has to insist that there has to be compliance. He's not there as witch hunting or whatever, but he's part of the government there. He's a deputy governor, he's a career person, and he understands that this is going to be about institutional survival and institutional performance. Mr. President, my last argument, we have to keep a single tenure. 5 years or 6 years, I don't care, but let the CBN governor knows that he's not appointed as a politician who will be manipulating and be playing politics to be able to win a second term. Let him know he's here to do a job and get out and allow other people to come and continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Sadiq, for your eloquent contribution that was done within the time given to you. Senator Mongolo, do the same, please.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Martin Monguno Nganze Federal Constituency of Borno State. Well, this bill is apt and germane against the backdrop of the fact that laws are supposed to be subjective and therefore change with the changing nature of society. And then my observation one is with regard to the parliamentary supremacy on all organs of government. As it is couched now on the proposal, the CBN will only appear before the committee of the National Assembly for the purpose of their monetary policies and what have you. As it is couched now, it is subjective. There is need for us to have a very clear and unambiguous language in the bill that states the budget of the CBN is subject to approval of the National Assembly. Because as it is now, it is couched in subjective terms. We want a clear and unambiguous terms that it should be subject to approval of National Assembly. Then with regard to issuance of legal tender, I'm happy that it is now not going to be on the whims and caprices of the CBN governor. There are conditioned precedent that this bill proposes before issuance of legal tender, that there should be enough currency of the proposed new tender, at least 70% in the possession of the CBN, and then the coexistence of the new and the old currency together before the eventual coming into being of the new tender. So this proposal is very, very important in view of our ugly experience in the immediate past of having change of legal tender. Then with regard to the issue of temporary advances, I wholly concur with the proposal made by the committee to the effect that 10% of the 3 previous years is 10% of the 3 previous years that is going to be given as advances, and it should be paid within 3 months. It should be repaid within 3 months. So it is completely opposite, diametrically opposed to what was in the law before, of having an advances of 5% of the previous 1 year revenue. So it's not the same. In view of these submissions that I made, I support the second reading of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your eloquent contribution as well, and you did it within the time given. Senator Garba Musa Medoki, you have one minute as well. Then Senator Anthony will follow. Then we come down here. No problem. So 1 minute.
Thank you very much, the Senate President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Garba Musa Medoki, representing the good people of Kebbi South Senatorial District. I wish to thank the movers of this motion profoundly for a job well done. My only contribution, sir, before we go to the bill, is how does it affect a common man? And I think this law should look at the various charges the commercial banks are imposing. It's on. I think this law should also include the various charges the commercial banks are imposing to their customers, different charges that are unwarranted for the money a customer put in the bank and the bank used to trade with that money. And then you are having various charges that even if you don't touch your money at a certain time, the value of your money will fall down. Secondly, Mr. President, about this coordinating committee, I support it 100%, but we need to put it legally, what is their task and target and what the law expect them to do. So whatever target they set is legally binding to the bank and can be changed from time to time. Another point is the Chief Compliance Officer. As the Senate Chairman for the compliance, I wholly support this action. But we must understand what is best practice. Best practice in every good company is the Chief Compliance Officer is reporting to the Chief Executive, which is the governor in this case. Because in any case, the governor is the Chief Compliance Officer of the bank. So we must not take away that role. We should have a compliance officer that report directly to the governor. Lastly, Mr. President, about the currency. The old currency.
You have 1 second.
The old currency of, if you have a dollar, no matter how old it is, if you go to the bank, they will exchange it to you. I don't want to see limit. You cannot trade with the money, you cannot go to the public and use the old currency. But anytime you have an old currency, you should go to the central bank or the commercial bank and exchange.
Thank you. Senator Yaro Anthony, you have the floor, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Anthony Yaro, representing Gombe South. I rise to support this bill, a yeoman's job by the committee. My comment areas are just 2 or 3, if time permits. The area of ways and means that the bill is suggesting 10% up from the previous 5. We've seen the chaos we've entered into in the last few years because of this ways and means. I don't know the wisdom of the committee to increase it rather than reduce it. If this is what we are in trouble today in the financial system distortion, so I think it should be pegged at that 5 or even less rather than increasing it, if that's the problem we are facing. Then number 2, I wanted to see in this bill the control elements of the functions of the CBN as to what we've seen in the last 5 years, 4 years. We see a CBN that is an importer of rice. We see that in CBN that is growing rice here and there. That this control element, this bill should target those areas. Very, very specific and in detail. That's my own take here.
Thank you very much, Senator Yaro Anthony. Okay, you have 1 second to conclude.
Popular call him Mr. Tokes in the banking industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ayodele Adeniyi, the only senior advocate of Nigeria we have in the Senate, you have the floor. Oh, it's not there. Oh, okay. Senator Umbuzi. Okay, when after him, then you can continue. You can continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Engineer Patrick C. Ndubueze. I want to say, first of all, appreciating the committee and especially the chairman of the committee for they did a very wholesome job and they went deep to bring up some rudiments that we are now debating on. In my own view, I believe in continuity. In continuity, whereas we are no longer bringing it in second term, I am supporting duly 1 term of 6 years. And I want to say, if we are taking 1 term of 6 years, we should give the board authority to recommend to the National Assembly, to the Senate, that we can remove whether the governor or the deputy governor when they are found wanting based on the report of the compliance officer. That one is important, and that is why the compliance officer must be a person of integrity who must have risen to the to the rank of director before being appointed.
You have 1 second remaining.
And however, I want to come that let me itemize it. I don't agree with lifting of this capitalization to 1 trillion for 100 billion. Rather, I support that we should take it to 500 billion. Everything we do in the financial industry reflects on our economy. Let us recognize the inflation we are having now. So I'm supporting 500 billion, not 1 trillion. It's too much.
Thank you, Senator Ndibuzi. Okay, you have 1 second. 1 second.
We can see, we can recognize the rascality we had in the last 2 years. And that is why I'm recommending that the compliance officer should be able to, while giving report to the board, let the Senate have the report so that any person who is becoming so rascal with our economy can be removed.
Thank you very much. Senator Adeni, SEA, you have the floor. You round up. You are the last to contribute on this. Thank you. The last to speak on this, then we...
Thank you, Mr. President. Adeni Adebome, representing Ondo Center. My comments are quite brief. I have read the write-up on the lead debate, and I'm a bit confused about this. Because the write-up itself says it is to debate the general principles, and then goes on to list out what it says to be amendments. But when we actually look at the paper we have, there are no amendments here. There are reasons for the amendment and what the amendment is trying to address. But the amendments themselves are not listed. And why this is important is because of the importance of this bill. It is important that we see the details of the proposed amendments to be able to properly debate them. What we have this afternoon are the reasons for making the amendments and what it is trying to cure. But the amendments themselves are not here. Because if you are talking of a bill, the bill must be specific as to the details so that we can see what the resultant effect would be when it is then passed. I think that it's therefore important that we step this back a bit and let us look at what the proposed amendments will look like when the bill is debated at the public hearing. Because after this second hearing, it goes to the committee and there's a public hearing. But actually, we have not seen what is to be presented to the public. That's my contribution, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished Adeni. Normally, in the second reading, it's only the general principle of the bill that has been debated. You don't go into the nitty-gritty. You don't go into the details. So we'll move further because there will be room for public hearing and so on and so forth. By the time you go to the next stage, then the entire thing will now be open to you. In fact, the bill should also be made available to you. I think it has been gazetted and made available. When you look at that, you see the details to that. I'm sure the chairman, you should be able to avail you with the entire bill. Well, thank you very much. I decided to allow for many people to make contributions because it's an important bill, a bill that has to do with amending the laws establishing CBN. It's not something you just talk about to one or two people and then you push it over. Particularly looking at the various areas that are affected. I don't want to go into the details, the tenure of CBN governor, appointment of minimum of one career staff of the bank, and so many areas that are really, really important. So that's why I decided, look, allow people to ventilate their views, let us say their views about this proposed amendment. There are very, very cogent issues included in this bill. And let me commend everyone here. You gave a good account of yourselves. We have bankers. In fact, the sponsor of the bill, a former MD of a bank. That's why probably you have it, structured in this manner, very, very rich, put together. I commend him for putting the industry that brought about the entire bill to be as rich as it is. And also the contributions that were made to Minister Ochocho, a banker himself, the Chairman Committee on Appropriation, Finance Committee, Sadiq Kumar, Chairman of another important committee that is related to our economy. So a lot of contributions were made, which really show how important this bill is. So I thank you very much for making your robust contributions, ventilate your views in the best manner possible. For this reason, let me now put the question. Those in favor that the bill be read the second time, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007 to strengthen the bank and for other related matters thereto, 2024. Second reading.
A bill for an act to establish the national, what is it? A bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007 to strengthen the bank and for other related matters thereto, 2024. Second reading, taken and passed. The leader. Oh, the chairman committee on banking, this bill has been referred to you to report back in 2 weeks. Well, refer to the entire committee headed by you.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, the fifth order of the day is a motion standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Mohammed Ali Ndume and distinguished Senator Saliu Mustafa on the introduction of food stamps in Nigeria as an interim measure to address imminent food insecurity in the country. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Mohammed Ali Ndume to move the motion.
The Senate Chief Whip, you have the floor. You can move ahead to move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Mohammed Ali Ndume, representing Borno South. Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues, I have a motion here titled The Introduction of Food Stamps in Nigeria as an interim measure to address imminent food insecurity in the country. The Senate knows that the unveiling of October 23rd Kadir Harmonized Analysis on Food Security, it was projected that in 2024, Nigeria is expecting to see about 26.5 million people grappling with high level of food security. By the way, Cadre Harmonized Analysis is the unified tool for conceptual analysis of acute food and nutrition insecurity in the Sahel and West Africa. And before I go on, distinguished colleagues, you can Google food stamps right away on your handset to have a better understanding of what the food stamp means, because it's being practiced in America. Further notes that the reason for the above projection is not far-fetched, as several indicators, which include but not limited to ongoing conflicts across the country, climate change impacts, escalating inflation as witnessed in recent times, and rising costs of both food and essential non-food commodities due to fall of naira in the exchange market. Worried that many hungry and angry Nigerians have been expressing their frustration and anger over the recent increase in food prices by demonstrating on the streets in several cities across the country. You know, we witnessed one even today in the morning, right in front of the National Assembly. Aware that in other countries like United States of America, food stamp, which is a government-issued coupon that is given to low-income and non-income person and is redeemable for food, have been used since 1939, not actually 1933. Since 1939 to date, as a measure to cushion the resultant hardships and sufferings on the poor and less privileged, as well as low-income earners. And concerned that the clamor for wage increase and work support cannot alone guarantee a more effective way of addressing food insecurity without introduction of time-tested public assistance program as contemplated by this motion, with particular emphasis on the need for immediate food support across the country. I want to say here that the labor people that are outside in total are not up to 1.5 million, against 26 million that are exposed to food insecurity. Accordingly, resolve to urge the federal government to introduce the Nigerian version of food stamps program as an interventionist measure to cushion the effect of food insecurity shortage in the country. And two, to mandate the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security to liaise with development partners, the Committee on Agriculture, and other relevant stakeholders, especially a tested one that is known as Lagos Food Bank Initiative, which was introduced, I think, in 2016. They have what they call temporary food assistance program a few years ago. This is with the view to working out practicable templates and implementable modalities for the actualization of the program through public and private partnership initiative. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I so move. And before I do that, Mr. President, sir, when I moved this motion, I wrote this motion last week, all our members, most of them, asked me to include their name. And therefore, the clerk should, for today, except for those that are not in support of the motion, should include their name as co-sponsors of this motion and should be reflected in our vote and proceedings for tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator Ekpayon. You may wish to second and make your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Ajaokuta Steel, Senator representing Cross River South. I rise to second this motion, Mr. President. Please, may I make some further remarks on this? Thank you very much. I rise to second the motion, and also as a co-sponsor, I indicated interest, and I'm a co-sponsor to this motion. This motion is very timely indeed, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. The state of affairs in the nation requires desperate intervention in this area. We can see by the numbers where we are looking at 26.5 million people that may end up being short of food items, that we are heading towards a humanitarian crisis. It is of essential duty of the federal government of Nigeria to intervene as a matter of urgency. All I ask is that during the process of the development of these food stamps, that certain guardrails and procedures and processes are put in place such that these food stamps do not go the way of previous interventions, whether in the ways of subsidy, whereby the people who need it the most end up not benefiting from it. That is the process I think that the Senate can guide most especially on. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I also beg to be added as a co-sponsor of this motion. Mr. President, there can be no better time than now to think out of the box to provide for the ordinary Nigerian when it comes to food security. Mr. President, some of the demonstrations and protests that I have seen outside there is born out of actually a genuine concern for the survival of the ordinary Nigerian. And having regard to previous attempts at identifying vulnerable Nigerians that are entitled to some of these policy benefits of government has become a very serious problem. Mr. President, you will recall that in the previous administration, during the 10th Senate, there was this accusation of a minister of state who cornered more than 70% of the allocations to vulnerable persons in our society. And we had a running battle with that minister of state in the Senate here. And if you look at, again, the arguments going forward and forth about the activities of these agencies that are responsible for catering for the ordinary Nigerian, then of course you know that there is a dire need for us to develop a system that is near foolproof, that can provide for the ordinary Nigerian. Mr. President, you won't be surprised, and I told one of my colleagues recently, a constituent of mine begged me to send him 1,000 naira to be able to buy gari to drink. That is how bad our situation is. And so it will be a historical achievement of this administration if we find a foolproof arrangement to provide for the ordinary Nigerian. If the American government can do it, then we can also do it. And the place to start with is the representative of the people. Because the question that we have been asking is, how have they come to identify vulnerable persons in my Benue South Senatorial District or in Ubokulu for that matter, without my knowledge, without the knowledge of the councillor, without the knowledge of the member of the House of Assembly? So, Your Excellency, let us give very serious thought to this motion and encourage the executive to adopt it as a working document to provide for the ordinary Nigerian. Thank you very much.
Senator Sadiq Umar, then Chairman, Senate Committee Appropriations, Senator Yayi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am Sadiq Suleiman Umar. I represent the good and decent people of Kwara North. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, hunger is in the land. It's very bad. Like the minority leader have said, every one of us here will get text messages every minute for little money to survive. This motion is so apt, and I think that, Mr. President, we have to find a way of making sure we achieve the objective of this, which is getting this food to those who need it. So I'm back again. Like I've earlier argued, our only problem in Nigeria will still come back. How do we coordinate this? How do we make sure people comply? And how do we ensure there's a consequence of those who try to abuse this system? Like we know anything program you bring to Nigeria, some other people are waiting to take advantage of that program. People will find a way of moving that food to try to sell. But if we have a foolproof system to ensure that only those who need it get this food, it will be very helpful. And to do that is very simple. We have, like the minority leader have said, representative of the people from Senate, governors down to councillor level. That's the political structure. We also have religious structures in most societies. We have traditional cultural structures in most societies. And most importantly, data and technology can be helpful. We can find a way of getting people's name, their telephone number, and triangulate it and join it together so that you cannot take advantage and have double ration or try to use it for something else.
Thank you, Senator Yayi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague, Adeola Solomon Olamilekon, representing Ogun West Senatorial District in the Senate of the Federal Republic. Mr. President, let me commend the mover of this motion, and I believe is the right thing that as a country we have to put in place. I know already the government of the day, in any moment from now, will commence payment of over 12 billion naira to 12 million vulnerable Nigerians, and I know the process is on. But with this kind of motion, specifying that a food stamp be made available to the vulnerable ones, I want to thank Senator Sadiq, who have given an insight into how do we ensure that this food stamp that we are asking the government to put in place gets to the right people. That is the main crux of the matter. We must, if we have put up a motion supporting this and sending it to the executive, the question is, how do we achieve this? From over 200 million populations. That shows our data, our statistics must be in place and must be up there for us to get the actual number of vulnerable Nigerians that are in dire need of this food stamp. I am in support, but the right mechanism, the right the right things must be put in place to ensure that the money actually gets, or the food stamp actually gets to the vulnerable Nigerians who are in dire need of it. That is the only cross that we need to address as far as this motion is concerned. But as far as the motion is concerned, I'm in support, total support of it, and I want the government to put this food stamp in place for the benefit of the vulnerable Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll move to the other side, but let me take Senator Sani Musa, then Senator Agadaga. Then, of course, we'll pick one person there, and then Senator Plan will round up. So, Senator Musa, you have the floor. Senator Musa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East Senatorial District. My distinguished colleagues, everywhere there are vulnerable people, very least and downtrodden in the society that depends on the government to support them in order to survive. If United States of America, with everything, finds food stamp as one way of reaching to the downtrodden, I believe with the right mechanism in Nigeria, we can also adopt the same. Most times you will see trucks of grains going out from our silos, our strategic reserves, but they never get to the downtrodden. Those that need this food, it never gets to them. When those trucks comes out of the silos of that storage facility, only God knows where they go. But if this system is adopted, whereby I'm a beneficiary of this and I have my stamp, which I will present at every strategic location that have been identified for that purpose, and be able to be served, I think it will serve the purpose at which the government is trying to alleviate. And the issue of food security will actually be sustained. So the best thing is doing this and making sure that there is sustainability in it. I think when we do that, we will get it right. So I support this motion wholeheartedly, and I believe that my colleagues will also do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I think what we'll do, we'll allow Senator Agadaga to bear his mind, and then we'll put the question so that the next motion which has to do with North Central, very, very important. Plan will second, and then will allow Senator Yohana to also contribute and Samson to also contribute. I think that's a good deal. So, Senator Garaga, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to bear my mind. I want to thank the sponsors of this motion because it is timely, it is apt, and it's actually going to assuage the tension that's rising in the land because of hunger. Mr. President, we'll observe that we as senators and lawmakers are the receiving end of the anger in the society. When we interact with our constituents, we go to our areas to interact with the people. It's actually very lamentable that today you see somebody calling in the morning or in the afternoon, in the night to say, they have not eaten for the past 2-3 days. I can understand the implications of that. The person who is dying by hunger and who is angry will not mind to die by the bullet. And so if we're able to provide this food stamp in Nigeria, it will go a very long way to help the downtrodden, help the less privileged, and there will be peace in the land. Food security has to security of lives and property. And so I want to support this motion. And I want to plead with our colleagues to also support it. That will be better, it will be better off in the society. The society will be safe for us. The society will have food to eat. The food we have is just like the fuel we have in the engine. Without the food, we cannot do anything. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute.
So we'll now move to the prayers. Urge the federal government to introduce the Nigerian version of the food stamps program as an interventionist measure to cushion the effects of food insecurity / shortage in the country. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Mandate the Federal Ministry of Agriculture to liaise with development partners and other relevant stakeholders, especially the Lagos Food Bank Initiative, which introduced Temporary Food Assistance Program, TEFAP, few years ago. This is with a view to working out practicable templates and implementable modalities for the actualization of the program through public and private partnership PP initiative. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Amendment, the minority leader.
Distinguished colleagues, I think that prayer 2 ordinarily should stop at for the actualization of the program. That means it will read this way: mandate the Federal Ministry of Agriculture to liaise with development partners and other relevant stakeholders, especially the Lagos Food Bank Initiative, which introduced Temporary Food Assistance Program, TEFAP, few years ago. This is with a view to working out practicable templates and implementable modalities for the actualization of the program. Full stop. That is my amendment. I so move.
Any seconder? You can second. Senator Dendi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain Emmanuel Memga Udendi. I stand to second the motion as ably moved by the minority leader.
Those in favor of the motion, so moved by Madul and seconded by Senator Dendi, please say aye. For the amendment, say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, distinguished Senator Mohammed Alen Deme, for bringing forward this motion. It is well received by all and sundry and well contributed to. It's something that will help in dealing with our zeal to assist the poor of the poor in this country. Whatever measure that's brought forward to assist the poor, the vulnerable, should be welcome, and this is welcome. The Senate is open to every suggestion, every initiative, anything, any measure at all that will help in alleviating or making life better for our teeming population. Is something that should be welcome, and we welcome this initiative by no other person by the Chief Whip of the Senate and former Leader of the Senate. We commend you for this wonderful motion. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very distinguished colleagues for your patience. The sixth order of the day is a motion standing in the name of distinguished Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan on the urgent need to investigate alleged incidences of corruption and inefficiency at the Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited and the National Iron Ore Mining Company located in Kogi State. Mr. President, you will recall that on Wednesday, 7 February 2024, the Senate, via Order 41 and 51 of our standing order, approved that this motion be moved on to the next legislative day, which is today. And of course, let me also inform that the motion had appeared on order paper on different legislative days other than today, but because of very urgent other businesses and orders of the day, we kept moving the motion forward, and it was stood down till today. Therefore, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, you may wish, Mr. President, to invite distinguished Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan to move the motion.
Thank you, the Leader of the Senate. Let me then call on Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan to move her motion. You have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, Senator representing Kogi Central. I greatly appreciate your standing, give me the opportunity to speak today on a matter of extremely urgent national interest. On my way to work today, I stumbled upon a protest, one of many across the country. People are not happy. They're expressing their dissatisfaction with the level of hardship.
Can you please go straight to your motion as a practice, as a tradition of the Senate?
Alleged incidences of corruption and inefficiency at the Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited and the National Iron Ore Mining Company located in Kogi State. The Senate notes that the Ajaokuta Steel Company and the National Iron Ore Mining Company, hereinafter called NEAMCO, located in Kogi State, were established sometimes in the late 70s by the federal government with the potential to put Nigeria on the path of technological and industrial advancement, and established the country as one of the leading exporters of steel products in the world. The Senate notes also that decades after their establishment, the Ajaokuta Steel Mill and NEAMCO have remained inoperative and unable to produce steel despite seeming efforts by several administrations due to lack of earnest political will and bureaucratic corruption. The Senate recalls that as at the year 1994, when Tiajuprom Export, hereinafter called the TPE, exited the Ajaokuta Steel plant on alleged grounds that Nigeria did not discharge fully its financial obligation to the TPE. The Ajaokuta Steel plant was reportedly at 98% completion and yet remains inoperative till date. The Senate recalls that sometime in the year 2001, Nigeria's hope to have the Ajaokuta Steel plant completed and put into operation was rekindled following the signing of the bilateral agreement between Nigeria and the Russian Federation, which was unfortunately diminished following the surreptitious concessioning of Niamco and Ajaokuta Steel Company in June 2003 to unqualified Solgas Energy Limited, a company that lacked both financial and technical expertise as it were uncovered never to be in the business of ore and steel. The Senate is aware that contrary to the recommendations of the House Committee on Steel in the year 2004, that Solgas Energy Limited should partner with TPE, which has the financial and technical expertise to complete and operate the Ajaokuta Steel Complex and Niamco complexes. Solgas Energy Limited instead opted for partnership with another inept company, the Global Steel Infrastructure Nigeria Limited of India, also known as the Global Steel Holdings Limited. Now, the Global Steel Company was alleged to completely run down not only Ajaokuta Steel Company and Niamco, but also the Delta Steel Company. The Senate observes that upon consideration of the Inuwa-Magaji Administrative Panel of Inquiry report into the global steel operations of Ajaokuta Steel Company, Niamco, and Delta Steel Mills, the Federal Executive Council, under the leadership of late President Umaru Yar'Adua, unanimously terminated the concession agreement on the 2nd day of April 2008, citing breach of agreement and unwholesome practices, including the fact that the said concession agreement was unpatriotically skewed in favor of the Global Infrastructure Nigeria Limited. The Senate further observes that the House of Representatives had in the past investigated the iron and steel sector in Nigeria with far-reaching resolutions aimed at resuscitating the steel complexes and Niamco. But such resolutions were neither ignored or are yet to be implemented by the federal government. The Senate is disturbed that the Global Steel Holding Limited, Pramod Mittal, is notorious for dubious and questionable business activities with governments of many steel-producing countries, from the $253 million organized economic crimes in India to embezzlement and steel stripping in Bulgaria, the Philippines, Libya, Bosnia, Zimbabwe, Montenegro, Serbia, and many more. The Senate is concerned that while Bosnia arrested and charged the Global Steel Holding Limited's Pramod Mittal with organized crime, and Bulgaria jailed Global Steel Holding Limited management staff for economic crimes, Nigeria may have yet again fallen victim to the Global Infrastructure Nigeria Limited Pramod's sharp contract fraud in respect of the payout of $496 million in the year 2022. This comes years after a comical reconcession of Niamco to the same Global Infrastructure Nigeria Limited in August 2016. These activities, sadly, facilitated by unpatriotic Nigerians occupying trusted government offices. The Senate is alarmed that Nigeria currently spends about $3.3 billion annually on steel imports, and quite saddened that the nation blessed with abundant natural ore resources, yet plagued with moribund Ajaokuta and Delta Steel, have become conduit pipes for diversion of public funds at the expense of Nigerian taxpayers. The Senate is worried that there exists an abnormal management structure at the Ajaokuta Steel Complex, whereby a sole administrator has unilaterally decided upon the steel mill's corporate affairs for the past 12 years. This has further worsened the inefficiency of the moribund company with the recently queried 33 billion naira electricity debt by President Tinubu. The Senate accordingly resolves to 1. Set up an ad hoc committee. 2. Investigate the affairs of the Ajaokuta Steel Company and the National Ore Mining Company, NIOMCO, in Kogi State between the year 2008 to date, with a view to conducting a holistic investigation into the circumstances that led to the reconcession of NIOMCO, even when the initial concession agreement was validly terminated by the Yar'Adua administration with positive view by the International Chamber of Commerce, London, and investigate the payment of $496 million allegedly made to Mr. Pramod Mittal, chairman of Global Infrastructure Holdings Limited, by the federal government in September 2022. Our settlement over the said contractual dispute, and to report back to the Senate in 2 weeks. The Senate accordingly resolves to invite and interface with the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies and other critical stakeholders in the steel sector, especially those with interest in Ajaokuta Steel Manufacturing Plant and NIOMCO, to obtain relevant information and submit a comprehensive report to the Senate regarding the affairs of the two plants between the years from 2008 till date. From 2008 till date. Number 2, that's prayer 2. Urge the federal government to review extant policies and laws on steel development in Nigeria with a view to adopt a strategic implementation plan on steel development in Nigeria, bearing in mind the importance of steel to Nigeria's quest for industrialization and economic self-reliance. Prayer 3. Also urge the federal government to dissolve forthwith the sole administratorship of Ajaokuta Steel Company, and as a matter of urgency, constitute a proper management and governing board for the company. This should comprise of, but not be limited to, a managing director, director of projects, director of finance, director of corporate services, with representation from professional bodies such as the Society of Engineers, the Nigerian Metallurgical Society, and representatives from supervising ministries of finance and steel, and of course, the host community. Such a structure will promote good corporate governance, efficiency, and accountability, the federal character and expertise to be respected. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Natasha. I told you not to introduce something new to what, I told you to go straight to your motion. It's in accordance with Order 52.4, and I read, a senator must confine his observation, in your case, your motion, to the subject matter under discussion. I may not introduce matter irrelevant thereto. So what you were asked to move was a motion as depicted on other paper, not that thing that you raised. If you want that, you can come on that relevant order tomorrow. That was the reason I told you to stop, because I said you must not introduce anything new. Let me call on the Senate Chief Whip to second the motion and make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President, and my distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, most of us that were here or know the history of Ajaokuta know that this is not a new thing. In view of her concern and the importance of the subject matter, and the extensive discussion of the motion, Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, I stand to second the motion, advising also that looking at the importance of the motion and also the prayers, which can be collapsed into one, because she said the first prayer takes care of it all. That is, to investigate the affairs of the Ajaokuta and give more time, Mr. Senate President, because 2 weeks is not enough to do a good job on this. So we collapse the prayers and then take the first one, that is to investigate the affairs from the time she stated, and report back to the Senate in 4 weeks. Having made this observation, I second the motion ably moved by distinguished Senator Natasha. Thank you.
Thank you. I suppose we had a deal that to allow Senator Johanna, Senator Samson, and Senator to speak, but the deal will be touched because we have Chairman Operation Committee, Finance, Custom wanted to speak. So we'll yield the floor to them, then we'll come back to you. We'll give you the chance. It's a deal. We must implement that. Chairman Operation Committee, then Chairman Finance, then we go to the deal.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleague, let me start by thanking the mover of this motion for bringing this motion to the fore. And the prayer is very simple, that the Ajaokuta Steel mill should be investigated. Sir, I'm in total support. I'm in total support because while serving as chairman Senate Committee on Finance in the Ninth Senate, I had the opportunity of inviting these agencies to appear before us. Sir, what we found out, myself and Senator Echocho, is not good at all as far as the state of affairs of this steel mill was then. Sir, as a country, all we do is to pay salaries and wages of staff, supposedly staff of the Ajaokuta Steel mill, without producing not even one single iron, and billions of naira in wage bill, year in, year out. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, we cannot continue in that direction. Nigeria needs to know what is the status of Ajaokuta Steel mill in terms of money expended over the years on this steel mill. Mr. President, you are all in this country. This steel mill has either been sold or been given our concession. But when this president returns, he has to bring it back. And it's very simple. It's to reposition Ajaokuta Steel mill and make it functional. The cost of iron rod now, as we speak, is over 1,900 per one. For a country that has such a huge facility that can produce, all we do as we speak is to import iron rod into the country. Sir, I strongly believe this investigative hearing we are about to carry out on this mill will go a long way in giving direction to us as a lawmaker and to Nigeria, to executive, to see which way forward for Ajaokuta Steel mill. I'm in support of this investigation. I am interested on the status report, and I so submit that anything that we can do to revive and bring back Ajaokuta Steel mill, we should support it. I so submit, Mr. President.
An earlier call on Senator Sandmi, I want you to please excuse me. You ought to have been called because as principal officer, but you have 2 minutes then. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Senator Sandmusa. You know, a ranking senator who knows the rules. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. I think the Ajaokuta issue is a pathetic one. Ajaokuta Steel Plant was actually established when I was 1 year old. And here, almost trying to have a grandchild, Ajaokuta has not produced one steel. It was set up because of the abundant mineral resources around the Ajaokuta area. We have 100% of the raw materials required to produce raw steel. But till today, we haven't produced even a drop. This plant has a capacity, installed capacity. It was President Shagari that started the plant. It has an installed capacity to produce 1.3 million tons of steel in a year, with expandable capacity of 5 million tons of steel in a year. And Mr. President, it will also interest you to know that the technology, the furnace type of oxygen technology that is installed in that steel is what China is using today to produce about 50% of the world's steel requirement. And it is the same technology of that plant that the world is using generally to produce about 70% of the world steel requirement. It was surprising sometime when I saw somebody proposing that a new steel plant can be purchased again to install in Ajaokuta, when the one that is installed is what other countries who are leading producers of steel are using till today. This is a case of what Bob Marley sang in his song Rat Race, a case of somebody with abundance water and is still thirsty. A case of somebody who has food on his table and he is hungry. If we were producing steel, if Ajaokuta was running the way it's supposed to be run, Nigeria is not supposed to be in the situation we are as of today. 4 years after it was established, as of 1984, Ajaokuta Steel was about 85% completed. In about 1990 or 1992, it was about 95% completed. But as of today, we cannot even say a jack about Ajaokuta Steel. Here in this Senate, sometime before the end of last year, we approved $800 million that the president sent for palliative to the poor people. But in the same country, Nigeria have paid almost $500 million to a company for a failed contract. Mr. President, I support fully that we investigate Ajaokuta Steel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, Senate Committee on Finance. He wants to give us some financial background or the perspective of Committee on Finance to this motion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, my name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East Senatorial District. My distinguished colleagues, I stand to support this motion wholeheartedly. And also, to add to what my senior colleague have said, Senator Adiola, while he was the chairman of Finance Committee and what he has seen, it has not changed with what we are seeing today. During the MTEM, we raised questions, why will Nigeria be spending in that sector? We are importing in excess of over $4 billion of steel into this country, finished steel. We had steel rolling mills that will have given Nigeria a position of an advanced country. Where were they today? What happened? So if we are talking about Ajaokuta, we must also ask the Bureau for Public Enterprise, are they really doing what they really did what they did to this country with patriotism? Because over and over again, the issue of Ajaokuta, when it comes to concessioning, they will take it over from a fraudulent company to another fraudulent company. Why should it continue like that? There is no patriotism. So this investigation, I believe, will go a long way to unravel so many things. Apart from the importation today that we do, look at all the components of vehicles. There is a touch of steel in it. We are talking of backward integration in this country. We are only saying it, paying lip service to it. So I believe what distinguished Senator Natasha did today, which she has been advocating for this for a very long time, even before she came to the Senate. I think there is no better time for her to get what she desires than for a committee to look at this and unravel the misery of the uncertainties that the steel industry has in this country.
Thank you very much. Now, we'll do it this way. Of course, we'll allow the minority leader to speak, then we'll go to Senator Plango Plato, then we move to Johanna and Senator Sampson. So please, everybody will speak. And then, of course, the landlord, well, there's a little bit of this, I don't know, between you and Natasha, who is the real landlord of the place? Who has the highest percentage? You have the deposit? Do you agree with him? Well, we'll look at that. You know, the other committee is going to find out the truth. Okay, thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Let me take the opportunity to salute my sister for this motion and to say that at this point in time, at this moment of renewed hope agenda, that the story of Nigeria must be written. I want to say that we are at the crossroads of history.
So I would like you, Minority Leader. You are a team player. You are with us. That is very good. Highly commendable. Continue.
At this time in our history, it is a very sorry situation that we'll continue to talk about Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill time and time and time. Mr. President, if you go through that complex, you will weep for this country. And I want to say that the genesis of the problem that we are having today that is leading to protests and here and there is because we have failed to take the opportunity that God has presented to us as Nigerians. There is no reason why that gigantic edifice can be lying waste there. And so I want to think that everybody who is contributing and who is aware of what is on ground there will not ordinarily be talking about the reawakening of our consciousness of that waste. But now that we are talking, we are looking for investigation, and we will start it today. How will that job be done diligently? How will the result come out? And how will the government of the day implement the recommendations and make Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill functional again? And Mr. President, as a representative of our people, and as lawmakers, as senators, we owe them a responsibility to make sure that their sensibilities are attended to. And so, don't lose your guard. We will support you. And well-meaning Nigerians certainly will support this move to make sure that Nigeria stands on its feet again. Because that complex alone can sustain a lot of infrastructural development in this country. And so, Mr. President, I thank you for this opportunity, but I want to plead with you that this mill must not leave your consciousness until the end of this 10th Senate, and that before the end of this 10th Senate, Mr. President, that something drastic is done, and that Ajaokuta Steel Mill comes on board again. That will be your responsibility, that will be your achievement, and that will be the achievement of this Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your rare show of patriotism. Your contribution is inspirational, and This Senate really commends you for this wonderful contribution to this debate. Senator Plang of Plateau.
President of the Senate, my colleagues, I am Senator Dicket Plang, Senator representing Plateau Central. I thank you for allowing me make my contribution, particularly on this motion. I have been following this motion for some time, and I thank God I have an opportunity to make my own contribution. My President of the Senate, my colleagues, I spent 2 weeks sometimes ago when I was doing my postgraduate studies in mining engineering, particularly in the topic metallurgy. We spent 2 weeks in Ajaokuta Steel complex. Yes, theoretically, we will be saying that Ajaokuta Steel complex is at 98%. But I want to assure you that with what has been taking place from one engineer, one company to another company to another company, we may end up meeting more damages have been done in that place. It's just like when you have a car and you have electronic problem with your car. You take it to one technician, to another technician, to another technician. Before you know what will happen, damages might have been caused. I truly and sincerely look at this motion as a national motion. It's not a Kogi motion. It's not a motion of a constituency, but it's a Nigerian motion. Because the damage, the monumental loss Nigerians have met, what is worthy for us to take it as an issue. I sincerely believe that we've just as summarized by my senior colleagues, a very thorough investigation, very technical investigation, because we need to admit where we are with that steel complex and see the true level where the complex is and where we can get it right again. It was a great dream, and we all know that no developing country can succeed without steel. Steel is the main source of infrastructure. Steel is the main source of income.
You have 1 second remaining.
Okay. That leadership should be very thorough in coming up with an investigative committee that will...
Thank you very much. You round off for us. Senator Johanna, Senator Sampson, to go with our early arrangement.
Mr. President, I remain Amos Johanna. I represent Adamawa North Senatorial District. This motion is very timely, and the support for this motion cannot be overemphasized. Mr. President, looking into the nature of this big complex that is supposed to be the bedrock of our technological and infrastructural development, we must indeed support it and support the investigation into the affairs of that complex. Come to think of it, Mr. President, distinguished senior colleagues, that a complex like that, a multi-billion naira complex, is left in the hand of one individual to run over the years, is something to look into very seriously. And it also tells us how we have treated that complex with levity. And we have not taken the development of this country seriously as we should. And so I stand to support that we investigate, but as we investigate, we must bear in mind, why would a complex like Ajaokuta and the iron ore be left in the hand of a sole administrator? we need to look into that, so that as we work towards that, proper management team should be put in place, and we should actually launch that company into life. Because if we want to develop infrastructure, we want to build cars, we want to do anything, we must start from Ajaokuta. And so I support this, and this investigation must be thorough and must be taken seriously.
Thank you, Senator Reverend Yohana, the only Reverend in the Senate. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Ekong Sampson, Akwa Ibom South. Mr. President, if I raised my hand earlier, that underscored my interest in this motion, which is very timely, which I'm very delighted to align with. There is clearly merit in this motion. I recall that Ajaokuta has become a metaphor for rape and abandonment. Just as has been canvassed by Senator Plank, this is a national issue. I recall that I faced a similar case where I come from. Mr. President, we are all aware of Ascon, the Remain of Malta company in Ikorabasi, where I come from. Ascon has also become a metaphor for rape and abandonment. We've been so endowed in this country. Between Ascon and Ajaokuta, so much needs could have been addressed in this country. One recalls, Mr. President, that part of why these behemoths have been exposed to abandonment is the legal quagmire that sometimes have been invoked on them. Ascon has suffered because some elements have invoked law and put that superstructure in manacles. So I think the time has come for Nigeria to ask the right questions. What really happened to Ajaokuta Steel Mill? What happened to Ascon? Both companies could provide lots of jobs to Nigerians. Both could have helped fix our economy, which remains in dire straits. As the chairman of the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals, Mr. President, I am very much aware of our endowments, and truly, Ajaokuta could have played a key role in addressing our needs in this country, just as Ascon. I would only appeal that we can broaden the inquiry to also look at Ascon, because that also is a major contributor to our economy. It's not nice, it's not right that both companies lie prostrate, lie in paralysis. So I completely support the spirit in this motion, and indeed even ask that we can even expand the inquiry to other companies which down lie prostrate.
Thank you. I now call on Senator Jibril Issa, the landlord, or one of the landlords of Ajaokuta, even though it's been disputed by Senator Natasha.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, very distinguished.
Are you thinking that Natasha blocked the microphone? No, she didn't.
Your Excellency, very distinguished colleagues, my name is Issa Jibrin. I represent the very good people of Kogi East. First, I want to commend her. I want to commend Senator Natasha for this motion. I'll consider it apt. But going down the memory lane, you are very much part of the 9th Senate. I raised motions on Ajaokuta for the reactivation of Ajaokuta Steel. Yakubu Seni did the same thing. So it is not that we've been passive. Smart DME was very vehement about the need to reactivate Ajaokuta Steel. I'll say reactivation because it is not true. That's why I want to provide some perspectives. While I agree completely with her on all issues raised here, it is not true that Ajaokuta Iron and Steel never worked for one day. No. It is not equally true that Itakpe Iron Ore did not work for one day. No, they worked for a period. People were employed, products were produced, they were sold, and so the costs are there. But along the line, because of technical issues, problems with technical partnership and financial partnership, the company got derailed and everything crumbled. Now, let me talk about, Your Excellency, the issue of the sole administrator. Even in a democratic setup, as we have today, if there is a major issue in a particular state, the president of the country can appoint a sole administrator. That is the case we have in Ajaokuta. The place has actually crumbled, and they felt, look, instead of leaving this place fallow, let's get somebody, probably from that vicinity. This man we are talking about, sole administrator, was headhunted from Shell, a renowned engineer. He was headhunted from Shell. So look, take care of the activities of this place until we are able to get back on track, and that is why the money is there. Okay, now I want to collaborate with her on the issue of investigation, but whether you like it or not, so much money has been invested there, we have not seen result. That in itself calls for investigation. Like my chairman finance committee said, I mean the 9th Senate, we had problems with them. Okay, we had problems with them, but I also want us to know that Ajaokuta Steel is not completely dormant as it is today. They are working on a very skeletal note. They fabricate all forms of machines. They repair all forms of machines. They bring them from Lagos, from Onitsha for fabrication. So they earn skeletal income. What I will also advise is that, yes, eventually a structure, a new structure, a new management structure has to be in place. Okay, but before that is done, we need to have the roadmap. And until we have that roadmap, the existence of the sole administrator is important. Otherwise, you leave the place fallow, they will vandalize it.
1 second remaining.
Okay, sorry, sir. So until we are able to put this structure in place, and that structure in itself cannot be put in place unless there is funding to activate some of the lines. Okay, but while we are doing that, the relevance of the term of the sole administrator to me is that they can't leave the place vacant.
Thank you very much. Senator Ajaokuta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Ajaokuta, Senator representing Cross River South. I rise to support this motion that has been very well articulated and eloquently read by my colleague, distinguished Senator Natasha. It's very timely. Just to add, in the area of the sole administrator, it is often said that absolute power corrupts absolutely. In a scenario where you have a sole administrator, over a period of 12 years, as I have come to understand, even if it's in the financial institutions or the formal sectors, there are regulatory agencies that put time limits for which they serve as chief executive. Even when you come to the public sector, in the executive, whether it's the president of the Federal Republic or state governors, they are time bound for a period of 8 years. If a sole administrator has been there for a period of 12 years, I think he has provided the services required. It is time, if there is no possibility of restructuring the board to have an MD, an ED, etc., because of the operations and limited operations of the institution, then it is time to change the sole administrator.
Thank you for your very eloquent contribution within the time. Now we'll allow someone from the opposition side, Senator Wadada. Then, of course, we take 2 people who have not spoken so far from the other end, so that we can round up. Time is against us. Wadada will have stop from here, but we are giving 1 minute. Any speaker now will speak for 1 minute.
President, distinguished colleagues, I am Senator Ahmed Wadada Aliyu Sarkinyakin Kefi. I represent Nasarawa West Senatorial District of Nasarawa State. While I congratulate my sister for this all-important motion, I align myself fully. And as far as the issue at stake is concerned, I don't want to dwell on the nomenclature of the management of Ajaokuta at the moment. whether it is sole administrator, MD, whatever the nomenclature is, I think is not what is key, what is much more important about the issue of Ajaokuta, particularly with the prevailing economic situation in Nigeria today. Like I have always said, for Nigeria to realize its full potentials, the manufacturing sector of Nigeria, that is the real sector, must be active and fully productive. And if you talk about manufacturing sector today in Nigeria or in today's world, of course, Ajaokuta cannot be wished away because it is all-encompassing value-added vehicle. If Ajaokuta were to be, or if Ajaokuta is fully operational, like our distinguished colleague said, Aluminium Smelting Company of Nigeria will be active, associated mining ores will be active, our steel rolling mills, we had Katsina, we had Jos, and two other ones, will all be active. You can imagine if all these vehicles are fully in place, operational, the employment it will generate, and of course the value.
You have 1 second remaining, Senator Wadada.
That will create. With Ajaokuta fully in place, Nigeria will go places. So most of these issues, because like the crisis of Naira against the dollar today, with an up-running vehicle like Ajaokuta, dollars will be flowing into Nigeria because we will be an exporter nation.
Thank you for your eloquent contribution. Senator Emmanuel Ondo North, particularly from Ikare, you have the floor. Sorry, we have two Emmanuels that want to speak. Okay, the Emmanuel from Ondo North, then later we have Emmanuel from Benue. You have 1 minute.
Distinguished colleagues, I stand here to add my voice to the motion moved by my distinguished in supporting the I want us to also have time of reference to the investigation we are going to do. Government in the real sense has no hand, should not have hand in business. We have not seen any business that government participation has shown any significant success. Government is to provide enabling environment for business to thrive very well. So I will advise that we should allow the participation of government in this exercise so that we can learn from what is happening in Delta Sea now. I think it is very, very operational. So if we borrow leave from that, it can be a value addition to our investigation. The summary of it is that the government should only provide enabling environment for all this industry. It happens with NEPA, it happens with NMPC, it happens.
Thank you. Well said. You summarized. Thank you very much. Senator Emmanuel Odendi.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Emmanuel Menga Odendi. I represent Benue Northeast. I associate myself with the views earlier expressed by various speakers. Mr. President, the problem here is not with investigations. The problem is how do we make government act on these resolutions? In 2018, when we were in the House, there was a very far-reaching investigation and resolution thereof. Nothing has been done to date. The question is, what will happen to this investigation? And so my fear is nonchalant attitude of government implementing our resolutions. So I urge the leadership to follow up on these resolutions whenever they are made. Otherwise, it will go the same way the 2018 investigation has gone. So my prayer is that let there be an investigation and a follow-up on this resolution.
Thank you very much. I think we should go to the prayers. Senior Advocate, I'm sorry, time is, yeah, we go to the prayers. One, set up an ad hoc committee. 2, investigate the affairs of Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited and the National Ore Mining Company in Kogi State between 2008 to date, with a view to conducting a holistic investigation into the circumstances that led to the reconstruction of new to the ore mining company. Even when the initial concession agreement was validly terminated by Yar'Adua administration with positive review by International Chambers of Commerce, London, and investigate the payment of $496 million allegedly made to Mr. Pramod Mittal, Chairman, Global Infrastructure Holdings Limited, GINL, by the federal government in September 2022 as settlement over said contractual disputes, and to report back to the Senate in 2 weeks. Invite and interface with relevant ministries, departments, and agencies and other critical stakeholders in the steel sector, especially those with interest in Ajaokuta Steel manufacturing plant and the ore mining company, to obtain relevant information and submit a comprehensive report to the Senate regarding the affairs of the two plants between 2018 to date. And 2, ask the federal government to review extant policies and laws on steel development in Nigeria with a view to adopting a strategic implementation plan on steel development in Nigeria, bearing in mind the importance of steel to Nigeria's quest for industrialization and economic self-reliance. 3, also, sorry, I should have moved for, so that we can do all at the same time? No, that is wrong. That is wrong. Well, the prayer 1 as read, those in favor of that prayer say aye. Aye. Those, okay, amendment.
Given the volume of arguments that we have raised here now, I think it will be
you moved, eh? Seconda. Senator Adiola.
Mr. President, our very distinguished colleague, I rise to second the motion as moved by the minority leader.
Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer to, another amendment? Okay, is it a typographical error? Secretary, please take note. Take note. No problem, it's okay. Secretary will take note. Prayer 2, as read. Those in favor of the prayer, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 3, it has not been read. Let me read it. Also urge the federal government to dissolve forthwith the sole administratorship of Ajaokuta Steel Company, and as a matter of urgency, constitute a proper management and governing board for the company. These should comprise, but not limited to, a managing director, director of projects, director of finance, director of corporate services, with representatives from professional bodies such as Society of Engineers, Nigerian Meteorological Society, and representatives from supervising ministries of finance and steel, and of course, host community. Such a structure will promote good corporate governance, efficiency, and accountability. Federal character and expertise to be respected. Those in favor of the amendment? The leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the first two lines of prayer 3 actually will contradict prayer number 1. The essence of this, according to prayer number 1, is to investigate the affairs. If in prayer 3, we are also at the same time now urging the federal government to dissolve forthwith. To dissolve forthwith, so that it means there will be nobody to even provide information. So I think we need to step down to just say, to urge the federal government to comprise.
Even take the prayer off.
We cannot step it down because it's important that the management be constituted. Unless just want to say, urge the federal government to, at the end of the investigation, but we cannot say it should be dissolved forthwith. Yes.
Seconder to the amendment. The minority leader.
Talking about 1 month here to report. So part of the recommendation of the committee, for instance, could be this prayer that we are talking about here. Because if you dissolve anything now and you set up a committee to investigate, who is going to assist the committee in doing the?
I'm afraid there's a I'm afraid there's a motion. Oh, you're on the same page. So you can second this motion. You can say.
Wait now, by our tradition, all you require to do is to ask the mover of the motion to.
No. This is an amendment to a prayer. So here there's a motion flow already. It can't be withdrawn except if he wants to withdraw. So Kamaruddin.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I've been recognized to talk. To second the motion moved by the leader.
Those in favor of the amendment so proposed by the leader, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Okay, additional prayer. Mohammed Sani Musa, Niger is Senatorial District. My prayer is not additional. My prayer is that we should remove that last prayer and allow the investigation, the committee that will investigate, to make a report.
The motion now is for the to expunge the entire prayer. Is there any seconder? Senator Ajaokuta.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague. Mr. President, I am seconding this motion because we don't want to contradict ourselves. So if we step down these prayers, it will allow for proper investigation to be carried out, and this prayer can now come by way of recommendation of the committee.
Those in favor of the motion moved by the Senator Mohammed Sani Musa, please say aye, and seconded by Senator Yai, please say aye. Those that say nay, the ayes have it. So the prayer has been expunged. So thank you. Oh, another prayer, additional prayer. Senator Samson.
Mr. President, I was wondering whether we can use this time to broaden the inquiry, look at the sectoral issues too.
Samson, you've been here since 1999 as a SLA. To a senator, you know the rules. You cannot bring in debate at this stage. You can only move a motion for amendment of, oh well, even we have gone beyond that. Only additional prayer. Have any additional prayer? No. Okay. Thank you, Senator Natasha, for bringing forward this motion. You know, before now, in the 8th Senate, in the 9th Senate, motions like this have been brought to the floor of the Senate. Senator Jibril Issa Ochocho brings something similar, and I think there was an investigation on, you know, of this magnitude. Also, Senator Smart Adeyemi, Senator Hussaini, they all did the same. So thank you for also joining the queue of these senators in bringing this motion. But I think this will this time around, because like I see, chairman's Senate committee are probably so serious about it. Also finance, they are all very serious because they want more revenue to accrue to government. That's the underlying reason. They want more revenue to come to the government, and I think there will be something different from what used to happen. And I can see the zeal being demonstrated by the entire Senate to go to the root of this matter, to investigate what is happening, to resuscitate this very big complex, so as we no longer from now be importers of steel into this country. You see the mess happening. These the smaller oil, steel rolling mills we have, they go out there to even steal our metal anywhere they can find it. Look at what is happening, in Abuja. The steel that is being used to cover the manhole within Abuja have been removed and sold to operators of small steel rolling mills, to be used as rods that are used in our building industry. This is when we have abundance of iron ore that can be processed to make all these rods and water steel and whatever that we need for our use in this country. So we thank you very much. It's commendable what you've done. You've done what your predecessors have done, including those who are here, like Senator Jibril Issa Ochocho, in bringing forward issue to do with Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill. And I think something different will be done this time around. I thank also our colleagues who have shown interest, who have shown concern about the need to resuscitate this very big complex for the benefits of our nation. To this end, let me quickly, because of the seriousness attached, we will not waste a minute in announcing the ad hoc committee members who are to deal with the investigation into what we just passed. We have the list here, and I'll go straight away to read the names. We have Senator Adeni Degbomire, the only senior advocate of Nigeria we have in this Senate, to show the seriousness attached to the exercise to chair the committee. We have Senator Kao Sumela to be the deputy chairman. Senator Natasha, you've been brought in to also assist in the committee. Senator Onawo Mohammed, another person who is also very knowledgeable in our solid mineral sector in this country, also from North Central, to be part of the committee. Senator Joel Onowepo from Delta, Senator Orwell, Senator Abdullahi Yahya, Senator Patrick Nduweze, Senator Tukumba Abiru, and Senator Osita Ungu, all to be members of the committee. Another announcement, but before I read the announcement. The announcement with respect to those that will be engaged in the investigation of the 30 trillion naira ways and means. This was a motion that we passed last week, and we all resolved in that motion, the resolution, part of it was that there was a need to set up this committee to essentially address major distortions in our microeconomic framework, and in particular, the elevated situation of inflation that is prevailing in the country. We also agreed in that resolution that according to the CBN money and credit statistics, broad money supply, which is a key barometer for gauging inflationary trends, increased to 78.74 trillion in December 2023, the highest ever recorded in Nigeria. The CBN Ways and Means, which represent direct lending by the CBN to the federal government, contributed to the unprecedented liquidity in the economy and the current inflationary pressure that we're experiencing. These federal government obligation to the CBN now stand at 30 trillion naira. The inability to repay this temporary accommodation by the federal government of Nigeria led to the securitization and restructuring to a 40-year loan at a 9% interest per annum. By implication, this debt will appear in the balance sheet of the CBN for the next 40 years until liquidated. By implication, yeah, it will stand at that before it is liquidated. It is therefore imperative to interrogate the use of the 30 trillion naira ways and means with the possibility of recovery of whatever is possible and assist in moderating inflation in the short to medium term. It's what we all agreed last week. It's in respect to, it's just to re-emphasize, but it was what we all agreed that should be done. And what I just read is the ramification that has been experienced in terms of what is happening due to the ways and means issue that I've just explained. Now, the committee will be chaired by no other person than Senator Jibrin Issa Ochocho. Is the chairman, and Senator Sabiau, vice chairman, Senator Adamu Alero, member, Senator Kumba Abiru, member, Senator Asuku Ekpayo, member, Senator Mohamed Tahir Mongono, member, Senator Vito Ome, member, Senator Olami Lekon Adiola, member, Senator Sani Musa, Mohamed Sani Musa, member, Senator Abdul Ningi, member, Senator Aliyu Wadada, Chairman, Public Accounts Committee member, then Senator Ipalibu, Her Excellency, former Deputy Governor of Rivers State, also member. Leader? No. Yeah, so to this end, this Senate stands adjourned to tomorrow, Wednesday, at 28th day of March, of February. Well, we are just rushing to get March. It's coming by 10 a.m. prompt.